Okay, so the first thing I want to say is I appreciate everybody for hopping on here on a Sunday to listen to my reasoning of this matter. And I'm sure many of you, those who are on now, and if anybody watch it later, have heard me bring up this issue once before after class, but I truly believe this is it's a very important topic. And so before I get started, I guess it's best to say what I'm not saying first. So later down in this reading, I am going to bring up an issue that I feel is an issue with the KJV. Now, with that being said, I'm not saying that the KJV is entirely wrong. I do believe that the KJV expresses the Father's will, his divine order. I believe it gets across the mission and purpose of Israel. I do believe the KJV gets across what's to come in the future. And I do believe the KJV gives a good history of what happened in the past and what's to come. And also it gives us a lot of information that we can use as comparables today. We can look back on that and compare that to today's time, and we can pull out those spiritual principles and use that for our benefit today. So with that being said, I know that it's a touchy subject. One, what kind of held me up for even bringing this forth is one of the reasons because our statements of belief, the NMP and the COI, I read them frequently. I wanted to show it today, but I wasn't able to. But one of our statements of belief is that we believe the KJV is accurate and correct. And, you know, when I came across this and in my reading and my understanding, I bumped up to this a couple of times because I never want to come off or bring any disruption, any conflict, or anything of the sort. I love all you brothers. I love all the sisters. I love this fellowship. Out of all the people I've been around in the Hebrew Israelite culture, if you will, you know, I feel most at home with all of you guys. So I just want that first to be out there, that I'm not bringing into disruption. I don't want to cause any conflict. And I was asked to do this up on Clubhouse. I didn't want to do it on Clubhouse because I didn't want anybody that's outside the group to participate in it, because I don't want it to look like we have some in-house type of issues or whatnot. 1 second, guys. So my bad about that. So yeah, I didn't want any in-house. I didn't want to seem like we had some in-house thing going on. So I'd rather it be in Zoom where it's more personal, intimate, and we can go from there. And my last couple points here before we get started. The first one is that I understand that I'm a man. And with that understanding, I do not know it all. So I'm not infallible. I'm open to correction. I'm open to hearing. I understand that it's only one man that walked this earth that understood it all in such a clarity that we probably won't ever see again, not now at this time. And that's the Messiah. So I know I'm not the Messiah. So I know I don't know it all. I'm not going to act like I know it all. And with that being said, again, I'm open to correction. I'm always open to hearing. The other thing is that, and I'm about to start here in a second. The other thing is that I took my time I really took my time with this, because I know if I was to present this in front of you guys, that I can't come half-stepping, because every brother and sisters on here, they are at their own level of learning. And I believe everybody on here is sharp. So I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligence. I'm just going to lay my reasonings out. My reasonings are not final. They're open to change. You know, I'm working to get a better understanding. And I want to present it to you guys because if I am off, I would like to be corrected so I can continue moving forward in the right way. And at the same time, if I do present something that is lining up and that's clear and correct, I ask that, you know, everybody is open to hear it. And if something I say or what we read rather lines up with your spirit, along with the disagreements, I hope to hear agreements. So, you know, I'm a man. This is what my thoughts have brought to me. This is where I've been led. And I really truly believe that what I'm going to say here out is actually lining up with the Father. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I ain't got anything fancy. It's just a small PowerPoint.
Okay, before you do that, I want to know as far as in your first in the beginning of you making your point, what's the time? What's the time before we can ask questions about this here?
I mean, I didn't put all of the information here. I mean, I probably have. I mean, I got a lot of information, like 3 to 5 arcs, but it's not all just the Bible. So this here is going to be short. It's not going to be long. I didn't want to take up everybody's time. So,
well, I don't want it to be a situation where I want you to be as thorough as you can,
right?
Because I don't really plan to drag it out. So you know, I want you to be thorough as you can, and I just want to also get an understanding on a few things. Okay, in your first presentation. I mean, you know, when you understand something, you should be able to sum it up in a reasonable time. It might not necessarily take 3 to 5 hours. So what I'm saying is that when you present your case, you want to, how long will it take for you to present enough for a response to what you're saying?
Oh, I mean, it's not. I mean, I condensed everything here. So with me just going through it without stopping, I mean, I'm looking at maybe 40 minutes at the most, but you know, that's it. Now, I understand that people are gonna have questions and things are gonna pop up. If you strongly led to say, hey, I got a question about that, I mean, go ahead and ask. But again, like if something exceeds my understanding, I'm not gonna sit up here like I'm a know-it-all. If it exceeds my understanding, I'll simply let you know I don't know. And I'll do my due diligence to try to find and understand my best answer. But you know, that's just it.
Okay, so 40 minutes. Let me ask you another question. Have you ever read the Bible in its entirety?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I know 2015 I've been reading the Bible. I don't read this over. So it ain't like I just been. I do my due diligence. I know what I do. So I've read the Bible. I combed through it. And this here, a reason why I've been so quiet, because I've really been, again, like I said earlier, I'm not just coming here half stepping. I'm not just.
No, I'm not necessarily asking all that. I'm just getting clarity. So you read the Bible from front to cover.
Right? Oh yeah.
And so what version are you most comfortable with?
The KJV 1611.
That's the one you most comfortable with?
Yeah, that's the one that I mean, that's my first Bible. I had that. I mean, since 2015, that's the one I read front and back with the Apocrypha in it. So
do you believe that I'm just trying to find out which one we could probably use for this discussion that you may feel is more accurate?
I mean, I think the KJV itself, just not the New King James Version, but if we just use the KJV, because that's what our statement of belief says, the KJV. So KJV, the 1611, they're very similar. I mean, very, very similar. So I don't.
No, I just want you, I understand what you're saying. Maybe you are understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about for your case. I don't have a problem in using different translations. I mean, because I was told about the Septuagint. Do you want to use the Septuagint?
Oh
Whatever
no,
you have to
not to
do to
no.
make this case thorough, that's what I want to give you, that grounds to pick, pretty much picks the sword of your choice.
Oh no, not tonight, not the Septuagint. I just want to stick with the KJV
Okay.
tonight. I like, yeah, tonight just the KJV. I just want us to use that because that's just where I'm getting all my information from. And I think because I don't know if everybody has the Septuagint. I don't know if everybody is familiar with the Septuagint like that, but I know for the most part, KJV is one of the most familiar books. And I think we all can easily follow along with that.
Okay. But do you think the Septuagint goes along the line of your case a little more harmonious?
Uh, they both go on cases. The Septuagint, I like that because it was before the KJV, the New Testament, and all that. I mean, I like the Septuagint, but I mean, tonight the KJV is all that I'll need to get the point across.
Okay. And the book that's in question is The Gospel of the Holy 12 by Gideon Orselli, correct?
In question,
well, this is the book where you're getting pretty much your information from, correct?
Well, that in another book. So the KJV, the Gospel of Holy 12, and the Essene Gospel of Peace. Those are, but here's the thing. This presentation tonight is 90% the KJV. The last part of it is going to be me stepping outside of the KJV, and I'm going to lay my foundations of why I can step outside the KJV. But before we get there, I just want to get everything else set in motion first, to build the groundwork first. But the books that's outside of it, man, I'm only going to step out of it for a short, brief period. And I'm going to give my reasonings why and why it lines up with everything. And that's about it. Because I solely wanted to stick with the KJV tonight because that's what most of us are familiar with. Now, the Gospel of the Holy 12 and the Essene Gospel of Peace. Now, I will use those at the end, and I must share my document, all my stuff that I don't, what I talked about tonight, so everybody can have it. You can comb through it, because again, I find this as something that's very important. And again, if I am off, I'm all open for correction. But if I am on target and on point, I hope that we all can hear and receive it.
Right. So what I'm trying to gather though is what I'm dealing with. Mm-hmm. So the Gospel of the Holy 12 by Gideon Orselli, and you have the Essene Gospel of Peace. They're pretty much of the same cloth. But the reason why I'm mentioning these books, you may use the King James tonight, but from my understanding, the position you holding today didn't come from just reading the King James.
That's correct. Well, no, well, I take my position started with the King James. Then by research and study, I came across these books, and I just so happened to come across some text. I'm like, man, because I was asking questions about certain things in the King James in my own time in prayer. And I believe what I was led to answer that.
Yeah. I don't know all of the questions you have against the King James or for the King James, but I'm speaking in the context of the veganism. So if you're saying just reading the King James alone, you were under the impression that it promoted veganism. That's what you're saying. Without any other reference, you gathered out of the King James that it promoted veganism.
Yeah, that's my main point. I'm hitting that's one of my largest points that I'm gonna hit here, and it's just simple reasoning, So
no, yeah. I don't want no simple reasoning. I want you to go according to this. I want simple reasoning. because
No,
we here to deal with the word,
yeah,
not
that's what
you
I'm
know what I'm
saying.
saying.
Yeah,
So yeah, okay.
it's. I mean, when I say simple reasoning, is just once I started to line things up, I'm like, man, something not right here. But that's for me to show you guys and see what you guys think about it, and that we can go from there.
Okay. All right. All right. So that's clear for me.
Okay.
You got the veganism from the King James with no other sources. Okay. All right. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Cool. All right. So let me just share this again. It's just a little PowerPoint. Ain't nothing. And this will stop other screen sharing. So let me know if you guys can see this here.
Yes, I
Okay.
see.
Cool. So again, I got Brother Brian gonna do some reading for me. But before we get to that part, I just want to let you know that I come in the right spirit. I'm not trying to lie or nothing. So today I'm being recorded on Zoom. You guys are my witness, and I'm gonna go on record reading certain scriptures out the Bible that is gonna further put me in line and check. So the first place I want to start for myself is just Revelations 22, 18, and 19. And I'm gonna read these here. And it says, "For I testify to every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book." 19. "If any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book." I only read that because Lord knows I don't want any of these plagues added to my life. And Lord knows I don't want my name taken out of the book of life. So I say that to put at the forefront of my mind to keep me in check and to remind myself how serious this is. And it's not a joking matter. This is something that's important to all of man. And from there, with that being said, I want to also let us do what Isaiah 1:18 says, which is, "Come, let us reason together." And just for the sake of it, I got the definition for reason for Merriam-Webster. That is a statement offered an explanation or justification, a sufficient ground of explanation or of logical defense, the power of comprehending, inferring, or thinking, especially in orderly, rational ways. And that's what I want to try to get across today: thinking in a rational way, thinking in a logical way, justifying and explaining as best I can to the limits of my understanding. And the next thing is, I like to invoke what we've been reading in the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, that there is no teacher-student dynamic. We all have our own separate experience. We all come together in brotherhood to share our experience, to grow, and to hear and learn and to move forward. So with that being said, I want to start with the foundation, which is the understanding of our faith in the Most High. And Brother Brian is going to start reading here for me. But right before that, I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence. I know this is rudimentary, but it's necessary in order to set the proper foundation. I just want to establish who we follow, serve, and submit our entire being to. And with that being said, Brother Bryant, would you read Hebrews 11:3?
This is the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verses 3, and it reads, "Through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear."
All right. And this, again, this is simple. By faith, we understand that the words were framed by the word. This happened when God simply commanded, let there be light. That can be supported by Genesis 1 and 3. As the psalmist explained, by the word of the Lord, the heavens were made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. For he spoke and it was done. He commanded and it stood fast. That's supported by Psalms 33, 6 and 9. By faith, we understand we did not see the act of creation. We only know it by faith. We also know this by reason because we know the world was created by an intelligent designer. Again, this is faith going beyond, but not in contradiction to reason. So we already know that before man was even created, the Lord had created everything for us to be here. So there are going to be some things that extend beyond my knowledge and beyond our knowledge. So I hope we're open to hearing. And next, I also want to do this. Hold on. I want to share myself because I want to be seen when I'm doing it. Revelations 4 and 11. Will you read that one as I'll read that, Brother Brown? Revelations 4 and 11.
Yes, sir. And it reads, thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created.
It kind of cut out the end. Were you able to finish that off there?
Let me do it over.
Okay.
4 and 11. Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created.
All right. This is important because the 24 elders worship God because of his creative power and glory. The fact that God is the creator gives him all rights and every claim over everything. Even as a potter has all rights and claims over the clay, I support that by Romans 9 and 21. And so the next scripture I'd like you to read, brother, is Revelations 5 and 13.
Yes, sir. And it reads, and every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the let me start it over. And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, blessing and honor and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne and unto the Lamb forever and ever.
So every creature, man, John couldn't be any more complete in his description. Truly, this is every creature in heaven and on the earth and under the earth as such. Are those in the sea as well, and all of them that is. Just showing that he's the creator of all. So here's my first reasoning. After reading what we just read, in my understanding, how can I, Rashawn Brown, also known as R.J. Ozai Israel, turn to the left or right and kill my father's innocent animal creation? Would you read John 1, 1 and 3? And at any time, if you guys following along, and if I'm going too fast, just let me know. I don't want to go too fast, nor do I want to go too slow to make it too prolonged. So yeah, John 1, 1 and 3.
Yes, sir. And it reads, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
So again, this right here is just simple. This is just establish our faith. We by faith believe that this world and everything in it and this universe was created by the Most High. We state that we believe in the Most High, so we're going to believe what's being said here. And I don't think anybody has any reason not to.
Excuse me. I
Yep.
just wanted to get a proper. You said you just asked yourself a question. Would you restate it again? You said, how can I
Yeah.
what
So
to fire creatures?
so my first reasoning, and this is just coming out the reading Hebrews, Revelations 4 and Revelations 5. How can I turn to the left or right, just in symbolization here? How can I turn to the left or right and kill my father's innocent animal creation? So just to open that up some more, how can man have the right to kill an innocent animal creation? And so when I read that, I'm just thinking about the Lord creating everything. He's the one that created it. He's the one that gave it life. So who am I to take life when I can't give life? So that's just my reasoning. That's my thought process. And that's just one of my, one of the things that I'm just having to the side of my mind. Like, I have no reason to kill that animal. So why would I kill it? But I got some stuff that I'm gonna lay out later on to lay on top of that. So the next one here, Brother Brian, would you go to Colossians 1:16 through 17, and I only have 3 more spots here, and we'll be done with this little section here.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Colossians, chapter 1, verses 16 through 17. And it reads, "For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist."
I mean, again, it was created for him, for him, for him. So I can't create no animal. So everything is created for him, for his pleasures. And that's just it. It's just showing he's the big daddy of all. Now, the next one is kind of long. It's Genesis 1 through 31. I do want to have that read for the simple fact that this is, if we believe what we believe, and we state that the Father is the creator of all things, we will also believe what's stated in Genesis 1 through 31. And I don't think anybody will have an issue with that. So, Brother Brian, if you just run through that real quick. So Genesis 1 through 31. I know it's long. You guys just bear with me. It's important. I want to get this out on the table, get this out on record, that we all have heard it. I'm sure we already read it before, but just for tonight, if you will.
Yes, sir. Verses 1. "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give the light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters and the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day.
Excellent reading, brother. Excellent reading. So I just wanted to get, because I believe everybody on here that's on here now, and who probably will watch the recording later, would agree and say that they believe everything that was just read from Genesis 1:1 to 31. I don't think anybody will disagree with that. And I also believe that everybody will say that this is the word of God right here. At this beginning here, this is the word of God, and this is all true statement. So with that, the last two places, then we're really gonna get into it here is, would you read Joshua 24 and 24? Then after that, would you read Hebrews 3, 7 through 8 and 15?
Yes, sir. This is the book of Joshua, chapter 24 and verses 24. And it reads, and the people said unto Joshua, the Lord our God will we serve, and his voice will we obey.
All right, while you turn it to the next thing. So this part here is just interesting to me, and I think we'll all agree. This is when Joshua's an old man. I believe he might be around like 110 years old. He's about to pass. And he calls a witness he tells the people that this rock and the people are going to be a witness against each other, a witness for each other. And he want to let the people know before they go into the land is that you guys gotta, basically you're swearing to God that you're going to hear his voice and you're going to follow the Most High. And the thing is, we have to be able to distinguish the Father's voice from man's voice, because there's two totally different things: God's word, man's word, God's law, man's law. All right, it's two totally different things, and we need to be able to try the spirit by the spirit. And one of those ways of trying that spirit is by bringing it right back to Genesis 1 through 31, because I don't think any one of us would say Genesis 1 through 31 has any errors in it. I don't believe that it has errors in it. I believe everything that's stated here that was read is true through and through. And if anything goes against this here, I just fall into a place where I feel like it's a question there. And I have to pray on that. I have to ask the Most High in my quiet time, in my closet. I got to congregate with the Lord and figure something out, because I want to make sure I'm on the right path. And this here is what really started me to really question things. And this is probably my third time coming. I mean, me and my family are reading through the Bible front and back right now. All right. But as many times as I came through Genesis 1, it never really stood out to me to just a couple months ago. It really, and forgive me if you hear a train in the background, but just a couple months ago when it really stood out to me, when I came across 28, 29, and 30, I was just like, what? Then I jumped to another point in the Bible that was showing me some conflict. And we about to get into that, but that was Joshua 24 and 24. He was asking the people, and the people said they will hear his voice and they will follow. So I'm asking tonight that when we hear his voice, that we follow it. And Hebrews 3, 7 through 8 and 15 is just going to state something a little further. Would you read that for me, brother?
Yes, sir. And it reads, verses 7, wherefore, as the Holy Ghost saith, today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation in the day of temptation in the wilderness. Verses 15, while it is said, today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation.
All right. So that was just foundation, understanding our faith, the Most High. Part of that, we believe everything that was read. Secondly, we all are here from this day forward and prior to this day. We always seeking to hear the Most High's voice and to make sure that it's the Most High's voice and that we follow the Most High's voice, not man, but the Most High's voice. And I believe I heard the Most High's voice, and I haven't hardened my heart, and I know it's not wicked what I understand and what I'm going to go forth with, because it doesn't push me away from the Most High. It brings me closer to the Most High. If anything, the less killing is a benefit to all creation, be it man or animal. So with that, now we're about to go into the second thing, is another question that I think all of us already know the answer to, but for the sake of argument, I have to do this. And that is, can the Most High change? Because if we say the Most High can change, then I believe the Most High, that we're calling the Most High a liar. And how can we believe in a person that say they can't change, but is changing? And so my thing is, if it's not God that's changing, who's doing the change? So let's get into this. Would you read Numbers 23, 18 through 20?
Yes, sir. And it reads, and he took up his parable and said, rise up, Balak, and hear. Hearken unto me, thou son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it.
And so, so why do I go here? It's interesting because one, he tells He says, rise up, Balak, and hear. In this message, the Most High rebuked Balak and taught him about divine nature, not man's nature, but divine nature, that he is not a man, that he does not lie or change his mind, that he always performs his word. So this here, I mean, I really should just close the book here, because if we understand that the Most High cannot change, he's not a liar, he's not a man, and he's of divine nature. What we read in Genesis 29 and 30, or Genesis 1, 29 and 30, that should be it. That should be it. That should be enough. But I understand that we're trying to search out the truth. So man needs more information, a lot of information. So I hope going forward that I can provide enough information to even just say, hey man, that's interesting. It's something to look into. So I mean, I got a couple verses here. We're not going to read them all for the sake of time. And just to say, there are plenty of verses in the KJV that states that the Father does not, will not, and cannot change. So I have a few of them, but we're just going to read 3 of them. And the first one, Brother Brian, read Isaiah 48 and 28.
Yes, sir. And it reads, the grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God shall stand forever. Verses 28. Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard that the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding.
Ain't too much I can add on to that. Like, it's just further showing that man is gonna pass, everything else in the world will pass, but the word of the Most High ain't gonna change. And to further even prove that, when we walk outside and we look up and we see the sun, that's the Most High's living law still in effect since the original creation. The moon, original creation. The trees, original, that's his living law. All of it is still going forth. The Most High has not changed his word, but somewhere along the lines, some confusion crept in. So let's go ahead and go to prove a little further that he doesn't change. Psalms 102, 25 through 27.
Yes, sir. And it reads, of old hast thou laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of thy hands. They shall perish, but thou shalt endure. Yea, all of them shall wax old like a garment. As a vesture shalt thou change them, and they shall be changed. But thou art the same, and thy years shall have no end.
I mean, I really ain't got too much to say about that. I mean, we already know what it is. This just further cementing this. I got a totality of just 7 scriptures for this part here that show that the Most High ain't changing. It ain't gonna happen. So the last one, I love this scripture here. Just read Malachi 3 and 6 for me, brother.
It's the book of Malachi, chapter 6. It says, for I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore, ye sons of Jacob are not consumed.
Now, I mean, just taking the first part of that, he's just telling you he's not going to change. So, you know, that's just what it is. If the Most High isn't doing the changing, then who is doing the changing? I mean, this is an important question that we must consider. It is important that we ponder this question, because what comes next, I mean, we might have some issues with, you know, it might challenge us. And my thing is it God or is it man? And we know what God set in motion before man even got here. So if God set all this in motion before man even got here, we know that's true. Then we know that when man was first created, the Father instilled in him a particular diet. I mean, He didn't add animal flesh to that. The Most High's creation was beautiful. He said it was good. He said it was very good. But so that was just I see a couple of people joined in. At the beginning, I just went on record to state some scriptures just to put myself out there to let you know I come in full transparency, and everything that I'm bringing forth is going to be from our Bible here. It's on the short portion that I'm going to step outside. That's towards the end. The next part, we went on the foundation, just doing a basic understanding of what we believe. And the part that we just finished, propose the question, can the Most High change? And I don't think he can change. I believe a lot of you guys would say the same thing, that the Most High cannot change. So now that we have that out the way, we can start getting into the other part here. So this is man before and after the fall. Okay, so in the beginning, we know what the Most High instilled and commanded man, land, beast, and fowl. I just, for another time, please read it again, Brother Brian, Genesis 1, 29 and 30.
Yes, sir. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so.
So the Most High has given man the ability to eat his third day creation. So are we to eat the Most High's fifth and sixth day creation? Day 5, we know he created birds and sea creatures. Day 6, we know he created land animals and humans. Now the question now becomes, when you read 29 and 30, he says something very specific here, that in so many words, he's calling it back to the third day creation. That's Genesis 1, 11 and 13. If you'll read that for me, brother, we'll go from there.
You said Genesis, sorry, bro, the phone went out.
Genesis 1, 11 through 13.
Yes, sir. And it reads, and God said, and God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day.
So that's where I get, he's given us the ability to eat the third day creation. Because when you read 29 and 30, you do not see anything in there about animal flesh. And this is the standard that the Most High set. Before anything else happened, this was the standard. Verse 30 only states land animals and fowl, so I can't speak to animals of the sea. We could get deeper into the word good, because somebody says the word useful. I can't find the word useful. 2, the useful kind of implies that, well, I can use the animal to my bit. I think, some people might slide in killing animals. Now I understand that you might find useful where you might in the Bible you find where they dress the animal is like milking a cow and things like that. That's something totally different. But as far as killing, I can't see God creating everything here, calling it good, and giving man the ability to kill his own creation. I don't think he rolled like that. I don't think he rolled like this, especially at this point of the Bible. So when I look at the word good, per the Blue Letter Bible Dictionary, the word is tov. That's H2896. Tov. And it's spelled T-O-B, or you can do T-O-B-E. And that stands for pleasant, agreeable, and good, which is the total opposite of the word raw, which is bad and evil. That's H7451. All right. So per Blue Letter Bible Dictionary, the word good in this right here, in this usage, is saying that it's pleasant, agreeable, and good. It ain't nothing pleasant about killing an animal. Everything here the Lord created was good. So therefore, with this understanding, the Most High did not create his creation to kill nor destroy. This is further supported by Genesis 2:17. Would you read that for me, brother?
Yes, sir. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 17. It reads, "But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die."
Okay, so why did I use that scripture? Okay, so up to this point, they haven't ate from the tree, right? So death couldn't be in this context because there was no death. And further to even prove it, the Lord gave man dominion. And that's verse 26 of chapter 1. He gave them dominion over all this. So if death wasn't around, there's no killing of any animals. Because Adam and Eve are innocent. They do not know what death is. They just don't know what it is. So after they eat, though, we understand that death enters into the picture. Now, a couple of things. Sin came into the world by way of man. Man fell short of the standard. The Lord ain't going to change his standard to come down to meet man. Man got to come up back to the standard. We know this, and I got scripture supported that at the end of it all, no one will be hurting in his holy mountain. We already know what the animals are going to be doing in the last days. So in between here, something going on. Something is really going on. So if somebody say that the Lord ain't okay and for people to kill animals, you mean to tell me at the beginning it wasn't okay? Man failed, man sinned. Then he said, okay, go ahead and kill my animals. And then at the end, he's gonna make it where we don't kill his animal or we can't kill anymore. I just think that, you got God's word, you got man's word, you got God's law, then you got man's law. So with that, go ahead, Akish.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom.
Shalom. Hey, from what you just said right there, he was actually the first one to kill an animal.
Who was that?
Most High.
So
when Adam and Eve sinned, he was the first one. What did it say? What did he cover them with?
Where at? What scripture you bringing up? You talking about Genesis?
I'm on the I think that's Genesis 3. I'm on the roll.
Okay, so I'm gonna just read what he's talking about. That's Genesis 2:21, and it says, "Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin and clothing." That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I can't read where it say he killed the animal.
Well, where the coat of skin come from?
But I can't read what he killed the animal.
That's because you're choosing not to read that.
No, I mean, I'm only reading what the scripture says.
Hold on. Okay, so if you can't read it, what skin did he cover him with then? Because what else has skin? What did he cover him with? What skin?
I think it's an echo. If you can mute it.
Oh, my fault.
No problem. So, two points. So one, I'm just stating that we're kind of injecting animals here. And I understand, bro, because I had that understanding for a long time. But when I started to read it carefully, I can't see where it said he killed an animal and gave him skin. And there are other writings. Now, again, this is
Excuse me, brother. I
yeah.
definitely want you to finish. Akish, he was finishing, he was going on with his discourse. But since he did ask the question, he just simply asked, well, what skin is it then? That's pretty much the question he's asking besides any other writings. What skin is it?
Okay, so you may agree with this, you may not. It may suit you, it may not suit you. And there is another writing that says that the Most High gave them the skin like what we have today, because the skin prior to that wasn't able to die. So he had to give them a skin that was able to, one, die and feel all these things that we're feeling, like hunger, to all this other stuff. So just two things. One, I can't read animals. Two, there's another writing that states that he gave us this skin, this flesh that we have here.
So in other words, since you can't read it, you can't say that it wasn't an animal skin either then.
Oh yeah. That's, I mean, I ain't. So what I'm saying, since I can't read animals, I'm not gonna say he killed the animal, and I'm not gonna say that, whatever. That's an open book that exceeds my understanding. I can place another book there and read out of that, but I don't think that's just. I think that's just, making it too convoluted. So whatever you want to leave with this, I mean, that's totally up to you. What I say is that
the skin that they're making reference to, your position is our outer layer of skin that we have today.
I'm not making that position. I'm just, this part here, I'm just leaving open. That's for whatever anybody want to walk away with. All I can say is that what I have stated so far, my reason is, why would God kill an animal and give Adam and Eve to cloak them with the animal skin? They could.
Yeah, I not to cut you off or to cut you off. I definitely want to address the reasoning. There's a few notes that I've been taking here. So, I definitely want to address that, some of the things that you said and the reasoning. No doubt. I definitely want to get into that.
Okay.
But just right now, just to understand, that's really not your position. It's just something that you leaving open.
Yeah, that's just that's open for whatever. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, am I still echoing?
No, no, I don't hear it now.
Hey, but no, brother RJ.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know my position on what you're bringing out today. So I'm going to ask some critical questions here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I got into it with a couple of guys about this very doctrine here within the last few years, and I've been blocked. I've been all kind of stuff by these cats.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the deal. You're saying you're going to leave that open. You can't just leave that open. You're going to have to close that door, because you can't leave that open, but then hold a position that, first of all, are you saying that eating flesh is a sin?
I haven't got there yet. That's jumping way ahead of it.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna hold off till you get there.
I got you.
I'm gonna hold off till you get there.
No problem, bro. And again, like I stated before, man, hey, I don't know it all. I don't think anyone on here knows it all, and that's one of those things where that's open for anybody. Like what I'm reading and my reasonings behind it is backed up by certain scriptures. And again, my biggest thing is that the Most High doesn't change. All right. And hey, that's just open. So, but I'm gonna pick back up, if y'all don't mind, to get back on it. All right, and that's okay. So I just got through. Brother Brian just got through reading Genesis 2:17. So for Adam and Eve if Adam nor Eve did not eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, there will be no death. I think we can agree with that. But due to our mother's original sin and our father Adam accepting the fruit of lies, death entered into the picture by way of man. Death came into the picture by way of man. Everything started to die because of our father and mother. And one of those earliest deaths we know of is like Cain and Abel. That's Genesis 4 and 8. But the next thing,
I'm sorry, just in case we forget that, because you said something that we all agree with it. And I just want to say, no, that's not necessarily true. What you just said, that we all agree with it.
Well, I'm just saying that
just this part that you just said just now, I just want to make that part known.
Yeah, I mean, if maybe, well, I agree that before sin, before Adam and Eve fell into sin, there was no death. That's what I agree with, because backed up by 2:17, he says in 2:17, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. So, and death would have came in by way of man, and I agree with that premise there. So the next thing that some people have issue with is Genesis 9:1-4, and that's the Noah issue. And would you read that for me, bro? Bro Brian? Let me get that too.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 9, verses 1-4. And it reads, and God blessed Noah and his sons and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat.
Okay, so the first thing I want to point out is verse 2. It's a sad thing to hear for the Most High's animal creation, because due to the fall of man, now fear and dread are over this creation. That's the opposite of Genesis 2:19-20. Would you read that for me?
This is the book
Genesis
of
2:19-20.
Chapter 2, verses 19 and 20. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. I lost that 1 second.
Oh, no problem. You need me to read it?
No, I'm going real quick. I got you. Genesis 2, 19 and 20. Forgive me for that, y'all. I wanted to keep it flowing. Here we go. And it reads, and out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him.
So not really focusing on the helpmeet part. So as we know, Adam was a steward of the Most High's creation. We also see that the animals were created from the same thing as man. That being said, it shouldn't be hard to see that we are siblings in a sense. Now, check me out now. We have the same father and mother. We all was created by the Father, and we all came from the earth. So in a sense, just like I come from my mom and my mom have another child, I look at them as a sibling, and we have the same makings. We all came from the earth. So in a sense, if you wanted to. It wouldn't be a far stretch to say, hey man, we are siblings, you know. We all are the Father's creation, and he look at us as such. And that being said, you know, we have the same father and mother. Also, Adam did something that was very intimate and interesting. He named the animals. He said, so when we name, we do that to identify, we symbolize, refer, describe, we simplify, we organize. This is what we do with naming. And most importantly, to tame. And when you tame something, you do it so to bring it closer. And what I mean, and why I say that is, to name a thing is to acknowledge its existence as separate from everything else that has a name, to confer upon it dignity and autonomy, while at the same time affirming its belonging with the rest of the nameable world, to transfer it from strangeness into familiarity, which is the root of empathy. To name is to pay attention. To name is to love. To name something is to show care. When we name our children, we don't just name it. We sit there, we ponder, we think about it, and we give them a name that we feel that's befitting them and that means something. So Adam, when he had these animals, he just wasn't going around saying, oh, blah, blah, blah. He had to sit there and think about that thing. This is first time seeing his creation. He's in awe. I can only imagine myself being there. I'll be in awe. First time seeing a horse stride across the land, I'm looking at this creature. I'm looking at this creation, and I'm in deeply commune with the Most High, the Father. So I'm looking at his creation, I'm appreciating his creation, I'm loving his creation. I already know that I need to be a steward of his creation. So I don't have no malintent, nothing malicious in me to cause any harm or to murder his creation. And so moving on, we get into the next part of this, verse 3. Verse 3 says, let me get back there. 1 second.
What, Genesis 2 and 3?
I think I just want to read Genesis 9. Hold on, is it Genesis 9 and 3? Just read verse 3 for me. Yeah. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all these things. Okay, so every moving thing that should be meat for you. We know we know that what meat is according to Genesis 1 and 29. Also, in order to eat animal flesh, you have to kill it. So once it's dead, it's no longer living. So Genesis 9 and 3 says, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. So if you kill it, it's no longer living. All right. Once it's dead, it's no longer living. If you try to get around that by eating the animal whilst it's alive, you run into verse 4. And verse 4 says, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. So you kill it, it's not living, but you try to eat it while it's living, you're going into verse 4. Now I went ahead and took the further research and study. Give me 1 second. And I ain't gonna read this all. So it's two guys that I reached out to, and one's a epidemiologist. Now he had answered this question for a couple other people, but I asked, can you fully remove blood from meat? And his question is, remember capillaries, very tiny blood vessels that provide every last bundle of muscle fibers in the extremities with a supply of oxygenated red blood cells. So he goes on to give a science behind why you can't remove all the blood from meat. It's just impossible. Then backed up by another guy, he's also, I forget what college he comes from, but he also states, and I can send this stuff over to you guys. He also states that you can't remove blood. You can't fully remove blood from the meat. All right. It's just impossible. So no matter what we're doing, we can't get around it. We're going to be eating some blood. All right. If it's small trace amounts, if it's large trace amounts, we're going to be eating blood. That's just a tough thing there. We know that God don't want us eating animal flesh, because I'm about to go into another part here. But just to add on top of that, this when I start reading this and coming to this conclusion, it caused me cognitive dissonance, because ever since I was young, my family, my mom been feeding me meat. My daughter, ever since she was young and had the ability to chew, I was feeding her meat. Fortunate enough, my son Yshuah, he will never have taste of animal flesh, Lord willing. But it's something that's deeply ingrained in us. It's something that's hard for us to get over. It's such a big part of our, it's just a big part of our lives. You know, I think part of almost every meal. And I got a lot of information, but tonight ain't gonna be on this part, the science of it. I go into the science of meat with the help of some very well-educated people in those departments, and talk about how it affects the body, how it destroys the atmosphere, the environment. Also going into capitalism is just a lot. And I'm also working on developing a political message for this here, because humans, I forget the year, but since I want to say the 1800s, we have driven 658 animals to extinction. So you think about one animal and how many of its kind there is, we drove into extinction. And you think the Father is happy with that? 658 since the 1800s. Secondly, every day, we kill over 1 million pounds of animal flesh. Now think about how astronomical that number is. That's every day. That's every day. We, and the gentleman was talking to, we have increased eating meat so much, so fast, that they are now having to create laboratory meat in order to feed the population, because the consumption is so high. Right? Meat causes cancer. The meat and the poultry industry is one of the largest. It's the top 5 largest industry in the world. If this was to become a political message and we were to all be a part of this and push this forward, that is like driving an axe into a person's neck. This right here will cause the world to turn around and come after us with everything in their being, because you'll knock down one of the biggest industries. Clothing and meat industry are the 2 top industries, but that's something for another day. Let me hop back on here and get back into it. So with Noah, a lot of people say, hey man, well, the Lord told us we can eat animals. What I'm reading is that it got to be living. And I don't know anybody on here that's going to run up and jump on a cow and just bite it and try to eat it alive. You can't. You're going to have blood all in your mouth. Then when you kill it, it's no longer living. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. All right. So that's my reasoning for that specific part of the Bible there. The next thing I want to go into is just showing that the Most High ain't really down with us eating meat. Brother Brian, would you go to Numbers 11? And I'm sure you guys already know what I'm about to talk about.
I'm sorry, just for my clarity, because I'm taking notes. I'm a little confused a little bit on your reasoning on Genesis 9 from this perspective.
Okay.
Are you saying that verse isn't to be there, or that verse is somewhat like an oxymoron?
I guess you can say it's an oxymoron. What I'm saying is just what I just stated, that it says every moving thing that liveth shall be for meat. So I'm looking at the word liveth shall be meat for you. Okay.
Because for to have that verse there and then say it don't mean eat meat, that's I don't really know what you're saying about that verse.
I mean,
It's almost like it's a trick.
no, I don't see
Not you saying it's a trick, but it's like, okay, you can eat the living thing that creeps, but you can't eat it because you got to eat it alive. I'm confused on that reason.
So
I guess you said, that's what I'm saying. Should it be there, or like you said, it's like an oxymoron?
I can't say if it should be there or not. I mean, it is there. So it's there. I mean,
So what is it saying exactly?
So what it's saying is every moving thing that liveth, comma. We could have put a period there, but they chose to put a comma. Every moving thing that liveth. So if you stop there, you can say, okay, every moving thing that liveth. All right, I'm looking at everything that liveth. All right. Then it goes on to say, shall be meat for you. Okay. So everything that's living can be meat for me. All right. Even as the green herb have I given you all these things. Okay.
And that's alive too, correct?
That's a what?
The green herb is alive too.
A lot. Yeah. You put a seed in the ground, it's moving. It's
Right.
growing.
Okay.
It's
All right.
moving.
Just for clarity. Gotcha.
Yeah. So 4, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat it. All right. Again, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. I just want to ask a question. Can we eat anything with blood in it?
No, we can't. But just for clarity, what are you saying? He's saying.
I'm just saying that you can't use this to say that you can eat animal flesh.
No, I'm not there yet. I'm just trying to find out what you're saying. That's exact. What is that telling us exactly? What is that verse telling us? What do we walk away with from that verse?
You walk away with that. 1, I can eat what the Most High told me in Genesis 1:29, because it says that would be meat for you. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, it has to be living. All right. Should be meat for you. It has to be living. So animal flesh, we eat that when it's dead. So that's no longer living. So right there.
Where does it say it has to be living?
It says every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you.
Right.
Everything that's living shall be meat for you.
Right.
That don't answer it for you?
Not quite, because he adds more. So we agree. It got, let's like, for example, you just can't eat one that's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so everything that's living, meaning die within itself. It explains in other texts. But I don't even want to get there yet, because I want to go, first, before I deal with it, I just want to understand your reason thoroughly. So in this verse, everything that liveth shall be meat for us as the green herb.
Yeah, right.
All right, so we can eat the green herb.
Yeah, you definitely can.
And we can eat the creeping thing that lives. Right? Is that
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it.
Okay,
I mean,
right. But I'm just trying to figure out, what would you say the verse is saying? Because remember, you started the text up, you started off tonight. We got to be honest to the passages.
Right.
So whether we agree or disagree, I'm just simply saying, what is that passage saying now? Not necessarily how I feel about it, right, but what exactly is that passage saying? Because the way you explained it, it's like, okay, he's saying we can eat it, but we can't, because we got to eat it raw or alive. That's confusing.
So the first thing is that this is what the scripture is saying. So verse 3 and verse 4, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all these things, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. That's what the scripture is saying. So
he's saying don't eat the blood.
Yeah, don't eat the blood.
Because that is the life, right?
Mm-hmm. How can you get around eating the blood, though?
Before I get to that point, I want to get to it, because a lot
of you drain the blood.
But
yeah, before
I have. Well,
just before, yeah, because you brought up the different people say you can't get all the blood out. We're going to get to that. But first, I just want to see here, just clear to your position. All right. So right now you're saying then it's that passage, those two verses saying we can't eat the blood. That's what that would say right off face value, correct?
Yeah, you can't eat the blood.
Right. Okay. But that passage doesn't necessarily say, does it say anything else you can't eat besides the blood in those two verses?
No, that's just this here. We want to focus on that you can't eat the blood. All right.
Yeah.
The second thing is that every moving thing that living shall be meat for you. It gotta be living. It gotta be living. So if we come around talking about dead animals, I mean, hey, I'm just telling you what my understanding is. I'm just telling you what my understanding is on it. So if you guys okay, we can move forward or
okay, all right. Just all right. Yeah. I'm just trying to gather before I make a position. I need to know exactly what you're saying and what you're not saying.
no, I feel you on that. I ain't got no problem with that.
Hey, but brother RJ,
Mm-hmm.
every living thing that moveth, right?
That's what it said. Every moving thing that liveth.
And it said that every living thing that moveth shall be meat for you. Whichever instance you want to use meat in, if you want to use the Genesis, I think that's 2 and 9 understanding of
129. Yeah,
1 and 29. If you want to use that, okay, it shall be meat for you. Every living thing that moveth shall be meat for you. Plants, grains, all of these things don't move.
They do move. You got to plant it. You got to grow out the ground, brother.
Bro, but that's
Hold on,
let's help
me. Let's let them finish this off first so we can really get into it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, let them finish his argument off so we can get into some of the things that's being said now.
Okay, cool. So what I want to do is move to Numbers 11. And that's going to be Numbers 11, 4 through 5. We're not going to read the whole thing. We're just going to hit some points here. Numbers 4 through 5, 13, 18 through 23, 31 through 34.
Yes, sir.
And if that from me, brother.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yes, sir. And it reads, and the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting. And the children of Israel also wept again and said, who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. What's the next verse? You said 8, right?
Yep. Oh, no. 4 through 5, 13.
Yes, sir. Through 18, right?
13, then 18 through 23.
I got you. Yes, sir. Forgive me for that. Verses 13. Whence should I have flesh to give unto all this people? For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh that we may eat. Verses 18. And say thou unto the people, sanctify yourselves tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh. For ye have wept in the of the Lord, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore, the Lord will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it come out of your nostrils, and it be loathsome unto you, because ye have despised the Lord which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why came we forth out of Egypt? You said to verses 23?
Yep.
Yes, sir. And Moses said, the people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen, And thou hast said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them to suffice them? Or shall all the fish be gathered together for them to suffice them? And the Lord said unto Moses, Is the Lord's hand waxed short? Thou shalt see, and my word shall come to pass unto thee or not.
And the last one's 31 through 34.
Yes, sir. Verses 31. And there went forth a wind from the Lord, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quails. He that gathereth least gathered 10 omers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp. And while the flesh yet between their teeth, ear was chewed, the wrath of the Lord was kindled against the people. And the Lord smote the people with a very great plague. And he called the name of that place Kibroth Hatavah, because they were buried, the people that because there were buried, because there they buried the people that lusted.
Okay, so verse 4, let's take notice, all right, of a few words here. One, you got a mixed multitude, failed a lusting, and the question of who shall give us flesh to eat. All right, Exodus 12 and 38 says that a mixed multitude went out of Egypt. This means that not everyone in the great crowd that came out of Egypt with Moses were ethnically Israelites. There were many Egyptians and perhaps other non-Israelites who went with them. Also, Exodus 12 and 38, a mixed multitude went up with them also, and flocks and herds, a great deal of livestock. The statement in Exodus showed that they were wealthy, having flocks and herds, even very much cattle. So I infer that they were not killing their cattle to eat animal flesh. They were, per the scriptures, Exodus 16, 15, 31, 33, and 35, they were eating manna, all right? Per Exodus 16, 35, they ate manna 40 years in the wilderness until they came into the borders of Canaan. They wasn't eating anything but manna, just manna. So they had animals around them. The question is, why wasn't they killing? Why did they have to ask that question? Who will give us animal flesh? Who will give us flesh to eat? And they specifically said fish, all right? And 2, fail a lusting. We know this to be a sin, and that's supported by, I mean, how many scriptures? Right here, I have 4. That's Galatians 5, 16, 19 through 21. 1 John 2, 16. Then have James 1, 14 through 15. Then Romans 8 and 6. We inherently know that lusting is a sin. So who should give us flesh to give us flesh? Further states that they were not killing the cattle that was with them. Flesh in this instance includes animal flesh, supported by verse 5. And hold on 1 second. Let me look at 1 second, guys. Leviticus 26. Yeah, that's I have here Leviticus. I haven't had this out of date, but Leviticus 19 and 26. It says, "Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment nor observe times," just to put out the blood part. They wasn't killing the animals that was with us, and they are with them, and they had a bunch of them. It's just interesting that they asked that question. I also have Isaiah 1. I don't know why I have that one there. Let me check real quick for you guys. Let's see here. Isaiah 11 through 14. Okay, no, I'm gonna wait on that. But so far, we can see that they came out of Egypt. There was a mixed multitude. I can infer per the scripture, Numbers 11, for those that was not ethnically Israelite fell a lusting, asking for flesh. Israel then followed suit and started to cry and complain. That's when the Most High heard it. Moses heard all that crying. Moses asked the question, like, Lord, I mean, should I give them all the, should they kill the flocks and the herds that they already have? So what did the Most High do? He brought in these quail, and he wanted to show them a point. Like, soon as they started eating it, they didn't eat it for one day. They ate it for days on end, and it was a ton of it. They got sick and died. The Most High was already giving them some sufficient, and it was not animal flesh. But being that we man, being like we fall to our senses and we want things to be our way, we're gonna do what we're gonna do regardless if it's gonna kill us or not. So in this sense, we saw that they didn't care. They didn't care. I'm sure when they was eating them quails and they started seeing people die, falling left and right, I bet you they started wondering, like, man, I should not eat those 10. And they died right along with everybody else. It's just a perfect example, because they could have been killing their flocks and herds. You know what I'm saying? They ain't have to kill them all. They could have just killed one. They could have killed a big old bull and just chopped it up and still served a lot of people. But that was not the thing. That was not the thing. That was not the thing at all. I have Isaiah 1, 11 through 14. I'm kind of just jumping from Numbers, because I wanted to show in Numbers that the Lord had a specific diet again for those people, the mixed multitude in Israel, to eat during that wilderness part. But just like today, hey, Lord, they ain't good enough. I'm gonna find me a reason to put that flesh in my mouth. Now, again, I ain't judging nobody. I can't judge nobody. I don't have no heaven to put you in. I don't have no hell to put you in. You ain't even got to worry about Sean judging or saying anything against anybody, because, again, who am I? All I'm just saying, reading this word is showing me that the Most High, he ain't creating his creation for us to eat his creation.
Excuse me, brother. How much more time you think you need?
Okay, I'm a speed it up here. So, okay, I'm gonna just speed it up. So, Brother Brian, read Isaiah 1, 11 through 14, and we just kind of move fast from here, all right?
I'm sorry, I thought my mic was unmuted. Yes, sir. You said Isaiah 1, 11 through 14.
Yep.
And it reads, "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fat beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of he-goats. When ye come to appear before me, who hath required this at your hand to tread my courts? Bring no more vain oblations, incense, and an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity, even the solemn meeting. The new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hateth. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them."
So already we can see that we can be doing a certain thing and thinking that it's acceptable to the Most High. All right. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me? That's a good question. Even in the midst of their rebellion, Judah continued its religious ceremonies and rituals. They continued the sacrifices. They continued the burnt offerings. They continued offering the fat of fed cattle. They continued burning incense. They continued their assemblies and their sacred meetings. And God was sick of them all. But I bet you, if you would have at that time asked them, do you think God is accepting of all this, what you're doing? I bet you they would have said with a resounding yes. Because man have a thing. Again, we could be doing something that we think the Most High want us to do, and we think the Most High is appreciative of what we're doing, and kind of find out he's sick of it all. All right. So verse 12, the common thought, excuse me, y'all. All right. So verse 12, the common thought is that this is referring to the appearing in the court before the Lord. This is the common thought. Scriptures that are used for this is like Exodus 23:17, Deuteronomy 16:16. However, I'm led to pair this scripture with Hebrews 10:4. And would you read that one? Because that's important. Would you just read that one right there, brother?
Yes, so you said the book of Hebrews chapter 10 and verses 4.
Yeah, just that one verse and make it short. Yeah.
And it reads, for it is not possible that the blood of bulls and of goats should take away sins.
Okay. If it's not possible for the blood of bulls and goats and animals to take away sin, yet man is killing those animals with the mindset that it's going to, one, take away sin or cover their sin. So animal sacrifice under the old covenant could cover sin. All right. Yet animal sacrifice could never take away sins. They'll kill an animal and go out and sin again. And you have this murderous intent, just killing animals, killing them, and killing them. All right. So again, animal sacrifice can never take away sin, just as fringes are to remind Israel of the commandments, but wasn't able to make them keep it. All right. This is all external stuff. Killing the animals, that's external. Wearing the fringes, that's external. It's not internal. It's not the real work that needs to be done on the inside. So where I'm at, every man and woman have to diligently work to change from their sinful ways, and killing animals ain't gonna cover your sin. So you might as well stop killing. All right. Then, yeah, moving on. I'm gonna just kind of bring this in here. Leviticus, the Leviticus priest, the only way that an animal could be slaughtered if you brought that animal to the Levites and you did it for a sin offering or peace or whatever offering, right? One, we know that it can't take away your sin. All right. So you might as well stop bringing it. All right. Two, we know that when the Messiah came and he died, the veil was ripped. The Leviticus priesthood was over with. Yet we still killing animals. All right. That's the only way Israel. Now I ain't talking about the masses of the world, but Israel, the only way they could eat some animal flesh, they had to take it to the Levites. The Levite priesthood is gone. And that's just that.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to get this clear in my notes. You said that the only way for Israel to eat animal flesh, and for my clarity, under all circumstances, they had to take it to the priest?
Well, I can say that numbers, they ate animals outside of the Leviticus priesthood, but if it was done right according to the Leviticus laws, you as I know, they had to take it there. They had to take it.
No, we don't know the same. We disagree there. I just want to make sure that I'm following you correctly.
Now,
not even dealing with number. I just want to follow you correctly.
So
I want you to.
So outside of the Leviticus priesthood, you had where, I mean, I guess you can call it like Abraham, Israelite. Now you had people eating meat or eating animal flesh before the Levites came into the picture.
Just bear with me a minute.
Yep.
I don't want you to try to respond off where you think I'm going to go. I'm just asking you, because I'm not even thinking about Abraham. Right now, I'm just asking a question about, are you saying that the only way that Israelites can eat meat under any circumstances, Israelites, not Abraham, I'm not talking pre-Israelites.
Okay.
The Israelites, the only way that they can eat meat, flesh meaning, that they had to take it to the Levitical priest first under all circumstances. If they didn't do it that way, they weren't allowed to eat meat. I'm just trying to get clear. Is that what you're saying? Well,
that was the proper way to do it. That's
so you're saying yes.
No, I'm not saying yes, because you're saying under all circumstances. And
I mean under the laws, under the law, under the book of the law.
If it was properly done right.
That's what I'm talking about, properly done right.
then the Leviticus law says you have to bring it, and from there, you know, that's the only way.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's what you're saying.
Okay.
Under the Levitical law, the book of the law, properly. And the only way that the Israelite can eat meat is that he had to bring that animal to the priest.
As a sacrifice or an offering. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. All right. So where am I? Let me see. Okay, so for the sake of time, it's 8 o'clock. Let me just jump around. Then I'm gonna just get into some of this other stuff here. All right, so okay, I wanted to go in. I'm not gonna read it, but we do have to ask the Lord for a new heart. I take notice of that from King David in Psalms 51:10. The Lord also said that he'll give us a new heart. So once we have a new heart, again, do we think we'll kill, steal, and destroy, eat animal flesh? I say no. Here's why, because we can see that in Isaiah 11:9, there will be no hurt or destruction in his holy mountain. And we know that the mountain ain't a literal mountain, but it's a people, okay? And if there's no hurt and no destruction, then you got Isaiah 6:9 that go in. Matter of fact, would you read Isaiah 11:6-9 from me, brother?
Yes, sir. The book of Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 6-9. Got you. I'm getting right now. Here it goes. Verses 6. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down. You said Isaiah 6-9. 11 verse
Isaiah 11:6-9.
6-9. I got you. Verse 6. The wolf also dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. And the cow and the bear shall feed, their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the sucking child shall play on the hole of the ass, and the weaned child shall put hand on the cockatrice den. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. For full borders cover the city.
I think you went out a little bit there, but no, that's fine. 9 says, they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountains, or mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord. So once the earth is full of the knowledge of the Lord, there will be nobody hurting in his holy mountain, nor will there be any destruction. We know that the Messiah told us that Satan, he just come to kill, steal, and destroy. But once the earth is full of that knowledge, there will not be any hurt or destruction going on. And I think we all agree with that. We know that's a time beforehand, but we know it's just not going to happen like that. We need the people that have the knowledge of the Lord to spread that information and to let people know, hey, there will be no hurting or destruction in this new earth that's coming. And you can't be a part of it if you are here seeking to hurt or destroy. So that's just one thing. So I think we all can agree that Isaiah is not lying, that this is the time to come. So this is something that we should be working towards. But I guess while the time is here, we can eat and be merry. So just jumping for that, I'm skipping a couple scriptures here. I want to just go into how should we treat animals, okay? Because it's a specific way that we need to treat animals, all right? Because again, there's God's word and there's man's word. And here, let's go to Proverbs. We got to speed it up because I feel pressed now, but let's go to Proverbs 20,
I'm sorry. If you need to get it in, you can. But I'm wondering, can we just address this thus far?
Well,
Like,
no,
'cause you
I'm gonna
wanted to
wrap it up. I'm
highlight-
gonna wrap it up. I don't want to, because it'll go on. I'd rather just wrap it up, then we can go over it, because you guys might have more questions on that. So let's go to Proverbs 12 and 10 first. You with me, brother? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read Proverbs 12.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Proverbs 12 and 10. Got it right here. Everybody's ready?
Yep.
It says, a righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast. He's gonna care for his beast. He's gonna take care of his beast. But the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. It's a cruel invention to create a fish hook, throw that fish hook in the water with some bait, with a worm. Now you don't took that hook, you don't put it up in a worm and you threw it in there, and you waiting for a fish to come on and start hitting, get up on that hook, and you put that hook through his face. Now, and you snatch that fish out of its environment, it suffocates and dies. Then it takes another level of cruelty to get that fish and to gut it open. All right. Then you cook it and you sit there and you pray over it and you eat it. All right. I'm just saying, the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. You even have where you have the Jews nowadays, quote unquote, they say kosher meat. They'll take a live animal. They say they want to kill it humanely, how you kill something humanely. They take it, they hang it upside down, then they cut the jugular vein. This whole time, this animal is alive. This animal knows it's about to die. You raise that animal from a calf. Since it was born, you look at it with murderous intent. One day, I'm gonna have you on my plate. You do that for everything else. All right. We sit there and we say, you know what? I'm gonna kill you one day. Animals have feelings and understanding too, but that's that. So we can see right now the tender mercy of the wicked are cruel, regardless how you do it. It takes some type of cruelty to grab a chicken by the neck and wring its neck like that, then walk off with a merry heart that you just killed one of God's creation. And you'll reason with yourself to the pit of death, just like what happened in Numbers. I'm gonna eat it. You know what I'm saying? And again, hey, it's just what it is. All right, Proverbs 27:23.
I got you.
I said, yeah, Proverbs 27:23.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 27 and verses 23. It reads, be thou diligent to know the state of thy flock, and look well to thy herds. You
have David gives examples of how he cared for his flock. Moses, they care for their flock. Now, granted, again, we are in a fallen state. It takes time for us to recognize where we are wrong at, and that's why the light has to come into our life, and we have to be able to accept that light and see it and deal with it however we deal with it. Because truth, when it's spoke or when it's ran into, is not always accepted at that time. Sometimes it's accepted, further down the road. Another place I just want to go to here is Deuteronomy 22:6-7. This is just all going to how should we treat animals. I'm just showing you that for every scripture that you can pull up that's, hey, we about to kill an animal, there's an opposite scripture showing that you need to respect the life of this animal.
You said verses 6 and 7?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:6-7.
And it reads, if a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way in any tree or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young, but thou shalt in any wise let the dam go. Take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest prolong thy days.
If a bird nest happens to be before you along the way, God simply and plainly commanded kindness to animals. Even a bird's nest was to be given special consideration and care. You know, we must show kindness and gentleness to his creation. Again, we know the standard that was set forth in Genesis before the fall. We fell from the standard. We got to get back to the standard. And I mean, that's just what it is. All right, now I'm gonna skip this.
Hey, one quick question, brother R.J.
Yes, sir.
So are you now at this point saying that it's a sin, a transgression to eat meat?
I'm saying that, look, because what's happening here is that, who am I to say that? What I am saying, that the Father has put forth a standard in this earth. Man fell from that standard. I can't change it. I can't tell you it's a sin. To me,
okay, but is that falling a transgression? Because okay, you can feel how you want to feel, or eat or not eat meat. That's fine.
Right.
You know, and you know, it's all good.
Right.
I just need clarity, because the other individuals who I've had this encounter with have blatantly came out and said that it's a actual transgression to eat meat, any type of meat whatsoever. So according to the scriptures. Now, you're not saying that?
I'm just putting this on the table. I know sometimes we want to just, hey, is it a sin? Now, to me, because here's the thing. If I say it's a sin, somebody's going to say it's not a sin. And I'm not here to make you say that it's a sin. I'm just here to say, guys, look, this is what I don't came across. This is what I'm putting forth. What do you think about it? Now, I know, I'm convinced in myself, and I know in my house, we're changing our diet, and we're changing it pretty rapidly, you know, and that's for us. Now, for you, man, brother, if you don't feel like it's a sin, it's not a sin. And who am I? I can't, you know, again, I ain't judging.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. Do you in your household feel like it's a sin, a transgression of the law to eat meat? Do you?
I do. I feel like, you know, okay, it's a serious enough matter that I need to change my diet.
Okay.
Now, so I'm under the impression at this moment you still eat a little bit of meat.
Now we're definitely moving a lot. Yeah, definitely. We so it's not so
definitely what you still.
I'm about to answer it. So I have not fully came out of eating flesh, but I have went on a fast. I'm not to this. I ate meat the other day. I mean, just being real. Again, man, I understand. I'm changing, and the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. And although I know it's a serious topic for me in my house, and it's quickly changing, and it's rapidly changing. So again, if somebody want to use that to discredit me, I'm okay with that. You know, you can discredit me. I'm not saying you guys
to cut you off, RJ. Again, I don't really want. I'm not really trying to get into the emotional things. I'm just really trying to just ascertain the facts.
Yeah. So, but I'm also gonna. I think I should have room to also to make my point too, because
but I'm just saying, to be fair, it's 8 o'clock. And we I know we interrupted for some time. Also, we probably interrupted a sum of probably about 25 minutes or so in our discourse. So that pretty much gives you probably about an hour and a half or so to take the route you took. So you can still explain, but I'm just trying to gather data, because I definitely want to begin to say something too
Okay.
on what you have said already. That's all.
Okay.
So,
With that being said, I feel like I'm being pressed, but I understand that again, it's Sunday. You guys hopped on. I appreciate that. I ain't trying to hold your time too long, but let me just skip to the parts then, because
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I got you one more time. Because you feel pressed, would you mind splitting this up and we rejoining like later on this week?
what I'll say is that you and I can have a conversation. You and I can have a conversation, and we can take our time with it. I know that everybody else, because I am taking something valuable that people can't get back. So we can definitely talk, but let me just go ahead and go through this real quick.
and to be fair, this is not about time per se. This is about, you have put a lot of things down on the table.
Right.
You said quite a bit.
Right.
And so we want to have time to respond. That's my point here.
Yeah.
It's not about just go ahead so we can go about our business. No, I want to respond to some of the things you said, to be fair.
Yeah, I ain't going anywhere.
That's all I'm saying. So
Yeah.
the questions I'm asking, you can clear probably a little later, because I'm probably going to come back with a question. So that's why I'm saying, listen, I'm just saying yes or no. That's all.
Yeah.
If you want to clear it up a little later, if I ask the question again a little later, that's fine. But it just appears that you're trying to respond off where you think I'm going. Whether it's me asking you whether you eat meat, trying to discredit you. No, I don't. That's not my approach. So I'm just trying to ascertain facts.
Yeah,
so
and I'm not saying it's your approach. I'm just
letting you know that.
I can understand how things can be perceived and thought of. So I want to clear the air. But let me just go ahead and hop to this part here, and we're gonna just skip the rest of that, and we're gonna come to this part where I'm gonna enter into these other books here. So the first thing here is we just want to talk about the Messiah, Jesus, Yshuah, if you will. Brother Brown, would you read John 21, 24, and 25?
I got it right now. Let me get it. John 21. 1 second. What verse you say, brother?
John 21, 24 through 25.
I got you. And it reads, "This is the disciple which testifieth of these things and wrote these things, and we know that his testimony is true. And there are also many other things which Jesus did, the which, if they should be written, every one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that should be written." Amen.
So this is the disciple who testified of these things and wrote these things. Here, John explains that he was the unnamed disciple referred to. John gave solemn testimony to the truth of what he wrote. His testimony is true. Even the world itself cannot contain the books that would be written. John wrote the truth about Jesus, but it was impossible for him or anyone else to write the whole truth about Jesus. There were many other things that Jesus did, and it would be impossible to write them all. We know that. We know that in Luke 7:28, Matthew 11:11, that among them that are born of women, there have not risen greater than John the Baptist. That's what the scriptures say. So we ain't gonna go against what John say. Brother, would you read John 4:24?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just let me follow this train of thought. This John you're about to read, you're saying this is John the Baptist record?
I'm reading from the book of John. And in the book of John, it states that, well, Jesus did a lot of things that couldn't be contained in books. And it also states, by support of Luke 7:28, Matthew 11:11.
No, I'm saying, are you saying this is John the Baptist record? Because you said there was none born greater than John.
That's what Luke and Matthew says. Yeah.
Right. So I'm asking you, the record we're reading, this John, this book of John, are you saying this is John the Baptist?
Yeah, unless we have some other person, unless we know who else wrote John. This is as far as I know, John.
Okay, so this book you understand to be John the Baptist. Gotcha. I just wanted to jot that down.
Gotcha. So read John 4:24.
Yes, sir. And it reads, God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth.
Okay. So a spirit is more than words. Okay. But we can see the spirit in the world as far as the Lord's word, you know, being sustained from the beginning. So John 14:10-17. And I'm gonna just hit one part here and not really go too deep into it. But you'll read that for me. John 14:10-17.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I'm getting right now. And it reads, believest thou not that I am in the Father in me? Word unto you, I speak not of myself, the Father in me. He do believe me that I am in the Father and the Father in me, or else believe me for the very work's sake. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works. Then these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. And whatsoever ye shall ask in my name, that will I do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If ye shall ask anything in my name, I will do it. If ye love me, keep my commandments. And I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwelleth with you, and shall be in you.
All right, so you cut out a little bit there, but verse 10, believest thou not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The word that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth the works. Believe me that I'm in the Father, and the Father in me, or else believe me for the very work's sake. So we already know that the Messiah came to speak only the words of the Father and also do the works that the Father gave him to do. And again, we come down to, or not again, but when we come down to verse 16, comforter, one of the biblical definitions of spirit is an immaterial intelligence substance. So spirit is a substance in which thinking, knowing, doubting, and the power of moving do subsist. It also gives you the ability to perceive, to understand. So, and that comforter, so when the Messiah left, the comforter came, and it's a spirit. So it'll lead you into the truth. And so this is one point that I want to bring up about the King James Version of the Bible. But before that, I'm about to step out of the Bible. And here are some reasons why. One, I can mention 22 books that's referenced in the Bible or mentioned in the Bible that's not in the Bible. One of them is in 1 Samuel 10:25. Samuel wrote a book and laid it before the Lord, and it's the manner of the kingdom. That's what it's called. So you can read that at 1 Samuel 10:25. So if we were to come across that book, who are we to say that this book is inauthentic? All right. Another thing is that book is mentioned, but it's not in the Bible. We also have to further understand that, like John said, there are so many things that Jesus did, it couldn't be contained in the Bible. So, you know, you got a lot of people writing them. And we barely get anything in the New Testament about the acts of Jesus. We get a small portion, but we get other books in the New Testament, but not that much of the Messiah, which is very interesting to me. But you have other references in the book that's mentioned, but that's not in the Bible. Acts of Solomon, the book of Jasher, the book of Wars of the Lord, and the story of the book of the Kings. I mean, you have a lot of them. So one is that we have other books that's out there. And to think that we don't have other books, that over all those years, Israel only wrote enough books to fill up these 66 books, I think that's a little crazy. Also, what's Jesus' real doctrine out here? Because we get going off what I'm understanding, I want you to read Genesis 6:1-15 for me, brother. And we're about to go into some other writers here. Oh, before that, I meant to go back here, but I hope y'all see my PowerPoint here. Took some time to write. It's a beautiful picture. But I went in. Do we agree that the Most High wanted creation to be packaged up and laid up in the store like this? Do we think the Most High is okay with this? Look at it. Look at his animal creation, wrapped up in plastic, killing all this creation. And we just up there just eating it, Look at this. Look at his chicken paws. You think the Most High is okay with his creation, wrapped up in plastic, feet pushed into a little plastic wrap? I think he's not, Again, if we go by King James Version of the Bible, the word meat is not this up here. It's not this up here. Like,
hey, bro. Hey, bro. To be fair, if you set 15 vegans in the desert in Africa, they'll be eaten by lions, just like a lion would eat that zebra. Yeah. So I want to keep that in mind.
I mean, I remember that question you asked me, so I got something for that question.
Okay, gotcha.
I got something for that question. Yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to be rude, but I definitely want to get some things going on. So
we about to, this it. We at the end.
I would say a lot of it will help you to get your facts in first, your text in. Because like now going into the meat, what we think of the Most High, that's really like opinionated. I mean, so that's taking a lot of your time out. That's what I'm saying,
brother Judah. But you gotta allow. Let me present how I'm presenting. I understand that we want to move it up, and we okay.
That's all I'm saying. Let's try to get to that. Okay. To like the facts of the deal.
Okay, so I just want to show that there. I just want to show that there. So let me go ahead and exit out of that. Let me exit out of that. All right. You know what? Don't even worry about that right now. I got that saved. Okay, so let me go ahead and get this here. So the first part I want to jump into is John 6:1-15. Go ahead and read that for me, brother. You heard me, Brother Brian?
Is it John 6 or?
I'm sorry. I thought you said, I thought my mic was immutable. I thought you said Genesis. You said John 6.
Yeah, John 6:1-15.
Okay. I got you. I'm sorry. I thought my mic was muted. And it reads, I'm going to go through real quick. So,
yeah.
It says, after these things, Jesus went over the Sea of Galilee, which is the sea of, and a great multitude followed him, because they saw his miracles, which he did on them that were diseased. And Jesus went up into a mountain, and there he sat with his disciples. And the Passover, a feast of the Jews, was nigh. When Jesus then lifted up his eyes and saw a great company come unto him, he saith unto Philip, whence shall we buy bread that these may eat? And this he said to prove him, for he himself knew what he would do. Philip answered him, 200 pennyworth of bread is not sufficient for them, that every one of them may take a little. One of his disciples, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, saith unto him, there is a lad here which hath 5 barley loaves and 2 small fishes, but what are they among so many? And Jesus said, make the men sit down. Now there was much grace in the place. So the men sat down. There was much grass in the place. So the men sat down in number about 5,000. And Jesus took the loaves, and when he had given thanks, he distributed to the disciples, and the disciples to them that were set down, and likewise of the fishes as much as they would. When they were filled, he said unto his disciples, gather up the fragments that remain, that nothing be lost. Therefore they gathered them together and filled 12 baskets with the fragments of the 5 barley loaves, which remained over and above unto them that had eaten. Then those men, when they had seen the miracles that Jesus did, said, this is of a truth a prophet that should come into the world. You said to 14, right?
Yeah, you can read 15 another bit.
Okay, verses 15. When Jesus therefore perceived that they would come and take him by force to make him king, he departed again into a mountain himself alone.
All right, so I'm gonna just jump right into it. So this is the gospel of the Holy 12. This is Lections 29. So understand Lections is just chapter. This was written, this just come from old Lections is how they used it in Greeks at the time. So Lections 29, the feeding of the 5,000 with 6 loaves and 7 clusters of grapes. Now, this says here in 9 that he used 2 small fishes. All right. Coming from the standpoint where I'm coming from, going all the way back to Genesis 1:29, this lines up with 1:29. Now, I understand some people might discredit the people that wrote this and all this other stuff, but I'm just going by what this simply lines up with. I'm smart enough to draw lines of distinction and demarcation. But it says, and the feast of the Passover drew nigh, and the apostles and their fellows gathered themselves. Matter of fact, can you guys see this at first? Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
On my end, clear.
Okay, so Lections 29. And the feast of the Passover drew nigh, and the apostles and their fellows gathered themselves together unto Jesus and told him all things, but what they have done and what they had taught. And he said unto them, come ye yourselves apart into a desert place and rest for a while. For there were many coming and going, and they had no leisure so much as to eat. And they departed into a desert place by ship privately. And the people saw them departing, and many knew him, and ran afoot thither out of the city, and went unto them, and came together unto him. And Jesus, when he came forth, saw much people, was moved with and when he came forth, saw much people, and was moved with compassion towards them, because they were as sheep having not a shepherd. And the day was far spent, and the disciples came unto him and said, this is a desert place, and now the time is far past. Send them away, that they may go into the country round about, into the villages, and buy themselves bread, for they have nothing to eat. He answered and said unto them, give ye them to eat. And they said unto him, shall we go and buy 200 penny worth of bread and give it to them to eat? He said unto them, how many loaves have ye? Go and see. And when they knew, they said, 6 loaves and 7 clusters of grapes. Stop here. It just lines up with Genesis 1:29, what the Lord told us that we can eat. So this is what I'm using, saying, hey man, this lines up with Genesis before the fall. And he commanded them to make all sit down, companies of 50 upon the grass, and they sat down in ranks by hundreds and by 50s. And when he had taken the 6 loaves and the 7 clusters of grapes, he looked up to heaven and blessed and break loaves and the grapes also, and gave them to his disciples to set before them, and they did divide them among all. So I ain't gonna read no more on that part. Let me just jump straight into the next part here. So if you guys don't mind. All right. The next one is the Essenes Gospel of Peace. Okay. And the same thing, it just added some clarity or some fullness to some of the scriptures. Again, the last one I used was just to show you that the KJV says fish. And I know in the KJV, Genesis 1:29, this is what the Lord commanded man to eat. He doesn't change. We know that. So this right here in my mind lines up far better than Jesus eating fish, because Jesus came to do what the Father said and to speak only the words of the Father. That's my reasoning for that. Jumping into the next one here. This is the Essenes Gospel of Peace. And I want to get straight to it. Not that. Okay, let's take that again. Hold on, guys. Okay, so let me just go back up here a little bit. All right, this is about the sacrificing of the animals. And just to just give a short clip of it. They come to Jesus, this person comes to Jesus and asks, hey man, you telling me not to eat this animal, but who's greater, your law or Moses' law? Because Moses said we can eat animals. And the Messiah, per this text, goes to answer that. And let me just start here, and I'm gonna read pretty fast here. It was said to them of old time, honor thy heavenly father and thy earthly mother, and do their commandments, that their days may be long upon the earth. And next afterward was given this commandment, thou shalt not kill, for life is given to all by God, and that which God has given, let not man take away. For I tell you truly, from one mother proceeds all the lives upon the earth. Therefore, he who kills his brother, and from him will the earthly mother turn away, and will pluck from him her quickening breast, and he will be shunned by her. So let me skip down. And he will be shunned by her angels, and Satan will have his dwelling in the body, and the flesh of slain beasts in his body will become his own tomb. For I tell you truly, he who kills himself, and whosoever eats the flesh of slain beasts eats of the body of death. For in his blood, every drop of their blood turns into poison, in his breath, their breath to stink, and his flesh, their flesh to boil. Let me go down. So, all right. For the wages of sin is death. Kill not, neither eat the flesh of your innocent prey, lest you become the slaves of Satan. For we know that Satan is to steal, kill, and destroy. For that is the path of suffering, and it leads unto death. But do the will of God, that his angels may serve you on the way of life. Obey, therefore, the words of God. Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and in every tree in which the fruit of the tree under seed to you should be for meat. And of every beast of the earth, to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, whereas the life, breath of life, I give every green herb for meat. They're going back to Genesis. That's Genesis 1:29 and 30. It lines up. Also, the milk of everything that moveth and liveth upon the earth should be meat for you. That's added. So I'm just going by what was there. But the flesh, the blood which quickens it shall ye not eat. And surely your spurting blood will I require, your blood wherein is your soul. So he's just going through that. Now let me get here. And love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy strength. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like unto it. Love thy neighbor as thyself. There is none other commandment greater than these. And after these words, they all remained silent, save one who called out, what am I to do, master? If I see a wild beast rend my brother in the forest, shall I let my brother perish or kill the wild beast? Shall I not thus transgress the law? And Jesus answered, it was so to them of old time. All beasts that move upon the earth, all the fish of the sea and all the fowl of the air are given unto thy power. I tell you truly, of all the creatures living upon the earth, God created only man after his image. Wherefore beasts are for man and not man for beast. You do not therefore transgress the law if you kill the wild beast to save your brother's life. For I tell you truly, man is more than a beast, but he who kills the beast without a cause, though the beast attack him not through lust for slaughter or for his flesh or for his hide or yet for his tusk, evil is the deed which he does, for he turned into a wild beast himself. Wherefore is his end also the end of the wild beast. All right, here we go. Then another said, Moses, the greatest in Israel, suffered our fathers to eat the flesh of clean beasts and forbade only the flesh of unclean beasts. Why therefore do you forbid us the flesh of all beasts? Which law comes from God, that of Moses or your law? And Jesus answered, God gave by Moses 10 commandments to your forefathers. These commandments are hard, said your forefathers, and they could not keep them. When Moses saw this, he had compassion on his people and would not that they perish. And they gave them 10 times 10 commandments. For he whose feet are strong as mountain of Zion needs no crutches, but he whose limbs do shake gets further having crutches than without them. And Moses said to the Lord, my heart is filled with sorrow, for my people will be lost, for they are without knowledge and are not able to understand thy commandments. They are as little children who cannot yet understand their father's word. Suffer, Lord, that I give them other laws, that they may not perish. If they may not be with thee, Lord, let them not be against thee, that they may sustain themselves. And when the time has come and they are ripe for thy words, reveal to them thy laws. For that did Moses break the 2 tablets of stone whereon were written the 10 commandments, and he gave them 10 times 10 in their stead. And of those 10 times, the scribes, Pharisees have made hundreds, the scribes and Pharisees have made 100 times 10 commandments. As the KJV says, they just bear you down with laws, just bury you down with laws. But we know the Messiah said, hey man, come to me, my burden is light. We also can point out that Moses suffered the people with a written divorcement. The Messiah also tell the Pharisees and them, hey, it was not so in the beginning. Once you came together, you was together. It was not so in the beginning. So if we look at this in the beginning, there wasn't any animals being killed. So if we can accept the premise that the Messiah, when he told them that about the written divorcement, that it was not so in the beginning, we should also understand with the killing of the animal that it was not so in the beginning. But that's that. And I would end that with, therefore, I teach you only those laws which you can understand. At the time, that's the only thing they can understand. Hey, man, Moses just, and we can see numerous times where Moses just had pity on the people. They would not understand. They committed the sin. Like Aaron, the idolater. As soon as Moses went up to the mountain, the people came, they made a calf, they sinned before anything could even really start. So we see that the people didn't, the Most High also said, I did not command you, that I didn't command you this when you came out of Egypt. We also state, like in our prior lessons, that when they came out of Egypt, they had a lot of wicked ways in them. They had to unlearn them. This is one of those things that's deeply ingrained in them. So the Moses just, Lord, I can't have them doing it to other guys. I'll at least just have them doing it to you. And that's what we read. I ain't gonna go no further with it. So I'm gonna just leave that. And I just open up from questions from there.
Okay, I know people may have questions and comments. I want to give time for that as well. But I also hear, like the books you just finished reading, I'm working backwards.
Okay.
It's like you saying it. It's like you writing a book. For example, you're using moderate or contemporary writers to establish something in the beginning. It's like a guy that you have known or probably lived, like just like, for example, Gideon Oselli. He died in 1905. So him being a part of the Catholic Church in particular, this is an older version of the Gospel of the Holy 12.
Mm-hmm.
And on page 166,
right,
he actually named his order of belief. He said, we believe in the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, the witness to all truth. Now, he was excommunicated from the Apostolic Catholic Church, but you're reading his book and you're comparing it to the text and saying it lines up. Yeah, it can line up if he carried the same ideology that you carry. He just wrote it himself. Mm-hmm. So, and it's the same thing with the gospel, the Essene Gospel of Peace. And also arguments was presented, just to be fair, if this book could be substantiated to hold any weight of antiquity, they had changed the origins of it several times. First, it was supposed, this one in particular, was supposed to come from a, speaking of the Gospel of the Holy 12, it was supposed to come from a monastery in Tibet. They could never produce those documents. And then all of a sudden it said the argument was because Ocelli was with a couple of another man and a woman. I can't remember their names. And they would produce articles, and they were vegetarians. And they was a part of the vegetarian movement. And a little write-up that I read from the UK on Ocelli, reading that write-up actually definitely explains a lot of the content in the book, all the way down to the cats, because he argued that his 2 cats were his only followers. You know, I guess he was being sarcastic, but you could see that incorporated in his book. Now I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
Where I'm going with it is this. Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 9. Jeremiah chapter 17 and 9. And this is something that, you know, to be fair, I hear you in the beginning, you know, that we will be open, but in one sense, it sounds like you have your mind made up. And one of the reasons why I say that is because I think it's very important. I can understand on one position or two, but you're sort of standing in the middle of things where you're not really coming right out and being direct and saying, well, this is what it is. And I don't really think that's fair, but I'm not here to argue that. I'm just putting that out there. But what I do want to bring out here in Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 9, and this is a warning to anybody, a warning to myself, and this is going to answer several questions. One, dealing with this Ocelli, also the Essenes gospel of peace, which they never found the fragments among the Essenes either. Two, it's also to answer something else that you brought out. All this, I just want to sort of put together to explain this. You had also brought out how many different books were written, because you laid the foundation to bring these books in. And you were asking, well, who are we to say what book is of God and what book isn't? That's easy. It must line up with what was already written. So Israel got a lot of different books. Yes, they got thousands. You have schools of the prophets, but they're going to agree. Now, these books in particular that you brought to the table contradicts the Bible in so many facets, all the way down to Jesus himself sinned. But those are other texts when you want to go into this book. When you want to go into the gospel of the Holy 12, we can go into this too. But first, Jeremiah explains this. You're going to know it because it lines up with the prophets, and we can't lean on our own hearts. And I think this is the problem right now, is that we consider how we feel the spirit. We consider how, you know, even Ocelli said it himself, you know, divine visions and dreams. I have run across quite a few people who argue that even in antiquity. So Jeremiah 17 and 9 tells us, the heart is deceitful above all things.
That's what it is, man.
And desperately wicked. Who can know it? So we're quick to say how we feel and how our heart and the spirit leading us here and leading us there. People could run on that platform, but Brother Judah don't run on that platform. The scripture said, he that hath the word of God, let him, a man that tell a dream and have a vision, let him tell his dream, let him tell his visions. But he that have the word of Elohim, let him speak that faithfully. And that's what the platform I'm running on. I'm not running on this idea of my visions and my revelations and where the spirit lead me. I don't have confidence in the flesh like that because it's deceitful. And whatever I come up to, it must go according to the text itself. So that's actually how you would know what books are authentic, as long as they don't contradict the Bible.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes, sir.
So would you go on record tonight and say that you fully, wholeheartedly believe that God gave us the right to eat animals?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. No
Now,
question.
now second question.
Yes.
Do you also believe that before the fall of man, that was the standard? What God created, that was the standard?
That you can eat meat?
No. That before the fall of man, do you feel like how God set everything forth?
That's
That's
the
the
standard with
standard.
veganism.
According to Genesis 1:29, because vegan,
Right.
I mean, just do you think before the fall, would you say that that was the way that it was set forth in the original creation?
As far as veganism or vegetarianism?
No, as far as everything was set, like Genesis 1 through 30, 1 through 31, specifically 29 and 30. Would you say that's what the original commandment was for man?
Well, that's I don't really quite understand that.
So do you
that
think
analogy.
do you think God gave man the right to eat animals before the fall?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I'm explaining why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Because when we go back to Genesis, what we're doing in Genesis, what's commonly done in the Bible as a whole, is that we are stagnating the text itself. So the reason why I gave that answer is the same reason why I would say that God in the beginning said Adam and Eve will wear clothes, even though in the beginning they were naked. Now, I've ran across doctrines years ago that says actually mankind shouldn't be wearing clothes. They should run around nude because they didn't wear clothes till after the fall. And that's when you begin to stagnate the text. And what else is implied in the text is when he said in the beginning that he made, which you had read earlier, and people could read it again if you would like, is that he made the green herb and a fruit tree and a vegetation for men and animals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing that must be taken into consideration is that it is transitory. It moves, just like mankind was in the beginning phases. Therefore, in the beginning, he was naked. So that's like saying that later on, man will always, run around naked. Now, two is this. Is that in the beginning, I'm establishing a point so you can understand clearly my position.
Mm-hmm.
Two is this, is that in the beginning, brother and sister will lay with one another. In the beginning, it will be a relationship between close of kin. But as the Bible progresses, then that will be forbidden. What we have done is lock Genesis off into a corner and it's not understanding it's a progression. So he gave the basic dietary outline, but he never gave any prohibition. Now, the text that must be shown, not assumed, is that where is the prohibition? Because it's not mentioned, don't mean it's a prohibition. He never mentioned anything about eating honey. He never mentioned anything about eating milk or butter. Mm-hmm. So therefore, with that being said, just because it isn't mentioned, we assume it's a prohibition. So what we need to find out, where is it that he said mankind could not eat any meat? Now, before you go on that, I also want to state this real quick. And we must make a differentiation between sacrifices and just eating regular flesh, because you said a few things that is totally out of context. But those two I want you to notice. And right off the bat, do you know a scripture where emphatically says that mankind shall not eat flesh?
No, just like you in certain areas, we infer that. But I am going simply off Genesis 1:29.
I know, I understand that, brother. I'm just asking yes or no. Do you have a text?
No, I don't have a text, but it says that mankind cannot eat animal flesh.
Okay, that's fair.
But
now,
just want to make it sure that we know that, all right, just because it's not in there does not push away my point. Because that's in an argument or in dialogue, you have certain techniques and things to push a person thing out of the way to make it seem as if my point don't stand.
I understand that. That's fair. We both, and I believe that you did that tonight, and that's fair. I don't mind that.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is stand. But we don't have that text. So to argue that the Creator changed not is undermined, because there isn't really a text that actually declares you can't eat it. Now, number two, to show that Genesis, or should I say 3, that Genesis is progressive, is that he don't mention anything about fish. Nothing. And probably the reason why, now I'm going to give an inference and be fair to let you know it's an inference.
Yep.
Because actually what we're reading about is actually what's happening in the garden he made.
Right.
Not the entire world, though. Not the entire world, just the garden. He planted a garden eastward in Eden. He really don't talk about too much what's happening in the world as a whole, which need to be taken into consideration.
But man was created in Eden, and
he created man and placed him in.
Okay, so man was put in Eden,
right?
And right. In Eden, this is where God set forth the. You know what? Just jump all the way to Isaiah. So we already know that in the future that there won't be any killing of the animals.
We don't know that. We don't know that. And I'm not going jumping right to Isaiah because at the end of the day, now when Isaiah is a little different, we're gonna get that a little later, but you already set the stage for Isaiah when you said the mountains are figurative.
Yep.
But before we get to Isaiah, because you know, this is going to lead into the figurative language of tamed animals versus wild animals. It's more to it than was just there. So that's why I want to take my time. First, I want to go back to the establishing of Genesis and showing it's progressive. He don't mention fish. Now, going into Genesis in the order of things, speaking of to procreate and to replenish the earth. I want to get into the science of the order of things. The entire world now I'm looking into, because right now what we have looking at was just what was happening within the garden. So when we say if the creator, you had said, let me just look at my notes so I won't misquote you. We went back here to you mentioned something about killing. And you mentioned something that hold on.
Are you talking about
killing benefit? Right. So you was talking about, you said something along the line, less killing benefits all the creation.
Do you know you had like the verse house?
You didn't say a verse. It was something that you was giving your opinion. You said you was giving one when you was explaining about killing and how less killing would benefit the entire creation.
Oh yeah. That's when I was
and I want to lump this together, give an example of context, because you begin to talk about the animal slaughter and how many animals we're eating, and then I'm lumping this up with the less killing part. So now you're taking the idea that the problem today isn't the killing of animals. People ate animals without running into this problem. So I think that you're merging the problem of today in the consumption of meat, and the ill result of meat is how much meat is being eaten in the context of the capitalist mode of production. It isn't the meat, it is the volume, and it is the habits that the capitalists have brought to the table. And I think that must be differentiated. It must be set apart to get a clear understanding of it. Merging them two together, they don't really go together. And therefore, we easing this back to the killing aspect when I'm talking about the cycle. All right, give you an example. In fact, you can sort of argue this from Exodus and the curses. Now, when I'm saying creatures, I'm not just talking about a lamb. I'm saying anything. You understand? Anything. So if, for example, if the frog don't eat the fly, which is killing the fly, then there will be an over and abundance of flies. If the spider don't eat the mosquito, because you said less killing, will be better off. No, that's not actually the case when you look at the science of the world itself. Ecologies have been thrown off because predators have been killed. And predators are designed to eat certain species to keep a balance. Now that's science. And this is what I'm saying in Genesis, what we may not look at that entire science of the world, because we're looking at first a briefing that Moses is given in Genesis, the first chapter, a briefing. That's why I say it's progressive. He don't say nothing about no eggs. He don't say nothing about no honey and milk. He don't even say nothing about no clothes, but it is to progress. So I would argue differently that, look, less killing could disrupt this entire cycle of the earth. Now we can get emotional about it because the heart is deceitful. When we're looking at the killing, we have to look at the context of it. Will
That can go both ways, right?
Will the frog exploit the fly? Will the frog go to the point where there's no flies left? That's when we get into a problem. I'm sorry, you said something I didn't hear you.
Said the heart is deceitful. I just want to put on record that can go both ways for you and I or anyone on here. We can believe and use what we're using, and we can still be deceived. So I'm just saying,
that's true.
I just want to make sure that it's known across the board that the heart, we all are in a fallen state. We all can be deceitful. You know, so I'm just saying
the heart could be deceitful. That's right, and that's why I like to stay with the text.
Yeah, and I, you know,
and that's why I think if your heart is already deceitful, then I really wouldn't want to go to the book like the Gospel of the Holy 12, was written by Gideon Oseli, because he wasn't inspired at all by anything.
So can you point to who actually wrote the books in KJV?
No, I don't. No, I can't.
Okay, and so can you also say that?
Only thing I know is, let me give you an example. Isaiah had a scribe. Jeremiah had a scribe. I don't know all their names. They had scribes, right? But I know Oseli. I read about him.
Mm-hmm.
In his book, he already let you know that he believed in a Holy Catholic Apostolic Church.
Mm-hmm.
And besides all of that, I read that book. I read through that book. Mm-hmm. And according to that book, it's totally contrary to the Torah and the prophets.
Well, not all of it is, because what I just read tonight doesn't go against Genesis 1.
Well, that's the deal with deceit. Usually a good lie got a lot of the truth in it.
What part of it is a lie?
As far as Oseli's book?
No, a part of what I read. What part of that is a lie?
What part of it was a lie was the fact that they had clusters of grapes and not fish.
And so, okay. All right, just wanted to make sure.
Because one thing he didn't mention in the book was when the Messiah sent them out to catch the fish with the nets. He told them to go back out and get the fish. Oseli totally left it blank. He didn't even address it. Let me tell you something else Oseli brought in that book. He quoted Psalm. He quoted the Proverbs when he talked about wisdom setting the table. And when he said, when you read Proverbs, when wisdom set the table, she said she killed her fatted calf. You know what? Oseli left that out. Now, if Oseli is going to be true, why leave out that verse and leave everything else according to wisdom?
Yeah, I could say, you know, the thing is, now we on Oseli. I'm just
no, I'm not on Oseli.
Well, no,
because right now, I'm just passing by and mentioning him.
And I just, when you pass by, I don't want anything laid where I just can't like rebuttal. So I want to say,
well, you just gave an hour and a half, and I didn't give much rebuttal. So I'm saying now I am giving a discourse on Oseli. Yeah. If you want to give a rebuttal, okay, please give me a rebuttal and let me know, why did Oseli leave out part of Proverbs?
No, I can't speak for Oseli. What I can say is that I don't think, matter of fact, the cluster of grapes and the fish, you believe the fish portion, I believe the cluster of grapes. That portion, I'm really not going to change too much on, although I am open to other parts. But I mean, that part is just like mute, because I do believe that he called back to Genesis 1:29. That was the original thing. And before man fell, that was the thing. If we just go on by what the Bible states, that's what is in Genesis. After man fell.
I feel you. Just let me go on with a little bit, because I perceive that already.
Right.
No matter, you said what you said in the beginning, but I perceive already your mind already made up.
No, but so
I'm not here to argue with you on that. I'm just simply stating the matters of fact. Oseli have left things out. So therefore, I'm bringing a point about this book is that, no, I don't believe what he said in this book, because he wasn't inspired. He was just a regular man who was a vegetarian who's supporting his case like you're supporting your case. That's all my point is. That's it. But going back to Genesis, you could believe it if you want, and that's fine. But if you stop there, then that's on you. Because now I want to move forward to show you why Genesis 1 was simply the beginnings of a progression. Because I'd ask you another question. And like you said, if we believe the Father, you made that point, and you said he changed not. If we believe the Father, and things like that. And I had asked you, I said, eating flesh. You said that you had to bring it before the priest. Remember I asked you that?
Yep.
And I said, are you saying that any plant animals that they wanted to eat, that they had to bring it before the Levites first? All right. Now,
and I'm open to learning. If you can add more to that, I'm open to accepting that part. So
okay.
I ain't infallible, but I mean,
I'm not here for that. Listen, at the end of the day, brother, look, I'm gonna explain something. I've been in debates. I have been going through discussions for a whole bunch of people. Let me put it this way. I don't have no dogs in the fight. You know why? Because I don't eat meat. I don't eat nothing from animals. Nothing. Right. So I don't have anything here to defend. That's not, only thing I'm dealing with is what the Bible says. Right. So I don't eat nothing from an animal, nothing. Okay, so I'm not here to put, arguing about the idea of lust and this and that. Right. But I do understand there's certain context of it. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm arguing. So yeah, I can't go into this Bible and go out there and say, well, you can't do this, can't do that. You can't either. That's why you gave Akish the response you gave him. And that's the part where Akish was explaining, hey, you're going to have to seal those ends up. So therefore, let me just make this approach. All I have to say is, look, I don't really care. Meaning, if you don't believe it, you don't believe it. I'm okay with that. I'm not really here to make you believe anything. I'm just simply here to state the matters that I believe were just taken out of context. So that's really not why I'm here for. I mean, I've just been through plenty of it where, man, look, those days over for me, trying to wrestle with people to make them believe something. I'm not really. Gotcha. So what I'm going to first, before I go to this other text in the book of the law, I'm gonna go back to this, what we were looking at before, because I don't think this text is an oxymoron. I think that this text is explaining it. And I think that it's really not much confusion in Genesis 9, because what he's explaining here, telling Noah, and again, let me say this for the audience. You don't necessarily always kill an animal to eat them. Number one, that's not why you always kill animals. So even if you build a case that they didn't eat animals, which is difficult because or to say that they couldn't eat animals is difficult because he already had an order of clean and unclean. You had Abel bringing an offering of the fat. So it's difficult when you start to look at the progression to just say what the Creator said, you just can't do. And that's why that's very important, to show where God explicitly just simply said, man cannot eat flesh. And this is the premises of the entire foundation of the argument. If there's a text that simply says man cannot eat flesh, we can close it all down right now. But to the contrary, Genesis 9:1, and God blessed Noah and his sons and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth and upon every fowl of the air. Now, this isn't new either, because the fear and dread of man ties into Genesis, the first chapter, of to have dominion and subdue. So these two are in relation with each other. So he's somewhat repeating it, but now he's going to be distinctive on what can be done, because I'm going to explain something else. There's nothing in the beginning where the Creator said, thou shalt not kill. It's nothing there in the beginning where he said, you shall not commit, you shall not covet.
That's perfect, because
let me finish. Let me finish. Because when it was said that we know coveting is a sin, that's not correct. It's the context of covet. That's why the Apostle Paul said, covet good things. So
we lusting, not covet.
Same thing. Lusting and covet is actually the same thing.
Okay.
But before I'm gonna enter that word, I'm gonna enter into that lusting too. It's actually the same thing. That's lusting and covet. But it says here, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. You have, going back to the beginning, you subdue them and you have dominion over them. Then he says, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. Just like I've given you the green herb to consume, I have given you everything that moves to consume. Then he adds, but the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. You can eat the flesh, you just can't eat the blood. Now, this was centuries before Moses. So that's why I say you got to read the entire text, because he explains it later. He's going to explain it. No, you can't eat the blood, but you can eat the flesh. And that's what we're going to look to shortly. I just want to go to here first to show how you can eat the flesh first, even before there was a Levite anything. You can eat this flesh off the bat, but we're going to go into something after Israel or while Israel was there. He's going to repeat it. Or let me repeat it, excuse me. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, you shall not eat. And surely your blood, notice this, and surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. Whose blood? Man's blood. So when we get into thou shalt not kill, he's not talking in general like you can't kill no mosquito. Okay. Here he's saying, I will require your blood. At the hand of every beast will I require it. At the hand of man, at the hand of every man, brother, will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. So now as creation is progressing, he's establishing this point. You shall not kill man. He didn't say anything about not killing an animal. Didn't say it at all. Now, if a bull kill a man, you're gonna kill that bull. But if a fox kill a chicken, you don't kill that fox. If a fox kill a baby, you kill that fox. Because Genesis is establishing the importance of man's blood. He didn't say anything yet that you can't kill an animal. Now we move forward to the book of the law. Deuteronomy, chapter 12. Deuteronomy chapter 12, the book of the law. When we get to Deuteronomy chapter 12, bear with me a moment. I think I want to start reading somewhere around verse 15. It says, in fact, I'll go a little higher. No, I go to 13. Take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest, but in the place which the Lord shall choose, and one of thy tribes. There thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. Now, I could read the entire chapter, but for the sake, all your burnt offerings and sacrifices, you can't do that anywhere. And if you don't know why, and if I'm wrong in saying this, it's because you had to put the blood on the altar. That's what you had to do. You had to put the blood on the altar. That's why you had to go to the priest, because you had to put it on a brazen altar. But nevertheless, he says this, notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates. You ain't got to take it to the priest. Whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, according to the blessings, not the curses, but according to the blessings of Yahweh thy Elohim, or the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee. I have given you the flesh to eat. You can't kill your burnt offerings, no, just in any place. So I might not even be around a Levite. I'm in another city somewhere. I can eat it though, because he said he gave it to me to eat it. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, meaning whether you don't even have to be clean to eat of this. Whether you've been unclean, whatever it is, going through ministration or whatever it is, oh yeah, you can eat. And the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the hart. Only ye shall not eat the blood. Ye shall pour it upon the earth as water, that thou mayest not eat within thy gates. Excuse me, thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy corn. Now he's going back to everything else, anything offered unto me, you can't eat that wherever you want to. You can't eat that in any of your cities. But here with the flesh, you can. And how do we know that? Because he had already told you in Genesis 9, I've given the flesh for you to eat, just as I gave you the green herb. Going back to Genesis, the first chapter, the green herb and the fruit and everything else, that's the basis of creation. And I did a little research myself. A lion to this day will eat grass, but he can't eat straw, all of his diet, because it will obstruct his bowels. But he do eat grass. We had dogs that eat grass. So that is the basis of all creation. But that's not all they eat. And when you go into Genesis, just like the human being, to say that the anatomy of the lion or everything, or the frog was changed, then you have to argue whether ours was changed or not. You understand? And it doesn't appear that it was. But what's happening is this. We have to look into the context. The frog eats flies. That's a creature of life. There's a plant. There's over 700 carnivorous plants. You have plants that eat insects, and some plants even eat animals. So what we have, we must go into the context of the passage. So when I read something like this, he said you can eat the meat. This ain't had nothing to do with Moses. Nothing to do with Moses. The dietary laws. Moses didn't make up what was clean and unclean. He didn't make that up right then and there. That was made in Genesis. So this again is showing a progression. Why have clean and unclean? If anything, then since we can't eat the pig, then you can argue that tender mercies is showed upon a pig and not the ox. But that's might be faulty reasoning. So I'm just simply saying,
we're just stating this. All of this is after the fall of man, correct? So man in a fallen state is doing what man would do in a fallen state, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, just because
so if Genesis,
let me
was never
explain
happened, Genesis would just.
Let me explain it to you. Why I'm not saying that. That's why I'm saying it's progressing. Because what else did man do after the fallen state? Put on clothes? Unless you are you of the ideology that wearing clothes is not necessary?
I'm
we
saying
be naked in the kingdom. Is that your ideology?
My ideology is what Genesis says in the beginning, and if that's the standard,
no, we're talking about. Yeah. See, you're not saying what it says. You're building an argument.
No, because you're trying to say. I understand how arguments and dialogues work. I'm not stepping inside your framework. The question that you asked was a leading question. Your ideology is saying that. I didn't say anything about that.
I ask you, brother, that in Genesis before the flood, if that reasoning is that you want to say now all this is happening after the fallen man, we put on clothes after man fell. So therefore, according to that reasoning, then putting on clothes will also be obsolete.
I can't tell you what type of body we had before Genesis, before the fall. So
you don't even have to tell me, because even if you told me, I probably wouldn't believe you anyway. Because he didn't
I'm
say
not asking you to believe me.
No, I'm just saying because he didn't say it.
Like you told me earlier, like I'm not like just.
I mean, I don't believe you because it's not written. That's my point. It's not written.
There you go. It's not written. Like
so, it's not written that he said we couldn't eat meat. Where is that written?
Show me where it's written before man fell.
It's not there.
Okay, then so just how you using that argument against me, I can use that against you.
You can't use it against me. You know why? Because I just showed you text where he said you can't eat.
That's after to fall though.
Just a minute, brother. But that means he changed then. And you argue emphatically that he don't change.
You saying this, the text say he don't change.
Right. So
And
here's that.
so you saying he's changed.
Listen, you're contradicting yourself, because at the end of the day, if you saying that you cannot eat meat because God said it and he changed not, here he just finished saying you can.
I said God gave us a diet in Genesis, and I read that, and that's what I'm standing on. He didn't say animal flesh. That's all I'm saying.
Brother, you said that God gave us this diet and we shouldn't eat meat, right? And he changed not. That was your point of saying he changed not.
God gave us a diet in the beginning. Mm-hmm. He does not change.
He doesn't change.
Now, after the fall,
he changed.
No. You saying he changed.
I'm not saying at all he changed. I'm saying, let me tell you what I'm saying.
I'm just saying he stayed the same. Man is the one that's doing the changing, not the
well, where did man say you should eat meat and not God? Man
is the one.
Okay, God told Noah you can. Noah didn't tell God. God told Noah that, Genesis 9. But let me tell you what I am saying. I'm saying that God don't change. And that in the beginning, because he never said in the beginning that you couldn't eat meat. So I'm not saying he changes. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that Genesis is progressive. Yeah. So therefore, what you find in Genesis 1:1, if that's where you stay, then you might be looking for a lie, because there's more to it. And because that's why there's other chapters. That's why there's other books, because you have to put the entire thing together. Right. Now, if you don't have a text, let me finish, please, bro. Okay, if you don't have a text that God said you can't eat meat, if you don't have that text, then here, when he's saying you can eat meat and you arguing he changed not, then that means from the beginning, it was already okay for a man to eat it then. It was just a process of time before this will come into play. So I'm not changing anything. I'm not adding anything either, because I never said, he said you could not eat meat. So now when we get to the apostles, let me show you what I mean, brothers and sisters, for those of you who wanted to know what I was talking about here in this gospel of the Holy 12, so-called Holy 12. Let me give you an example of what I mean, how it's important, and why I don't necessarily agree with this, these passages, because he's just a regular man who wrote this. And he was selective on what he wrote. Here in chapter 35 of Oselli's book, verse 13, he began to talk about wisdom. Verily I say unto you, wisdom buildeth her house, and heweth out her 12 pillars. She doth prepare her bread and her oil, and mingle her wine. She doth furnish her table, and she standeth upon the high places of the city, and crieth to the sons and the daughters of men. Whosoever will, let him turn in hither. Let them eat of my bread, and take of mine oil, and drink of my wine. Forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. The veneration of God is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. By me shall your days be multiplied, and the years of your life shall be increased. Now we go to this proverb that he quoted. And that's why it's important to look at the text carefully and not read nothing into it. Let it talk to you. So when we get, and I'm gonna read this out of Proverbs, but I want to add this because I know other people may want to say something else. The examples given of Moses in the wilderness in Numbers left the context. It wasn't the flesh. It was the complaining. That's what he argued. It was the complaining. Why didn't they eat the beast? Because Moses argued there's not enough to even feed this people, number one. Number two is because the beast is used for other than food. Mm-hmm. They help till the ground. You get butter from them. You get a lot of things from the beast. But they never even gave us the number. We don't know if the number of Israel outnumbered the number of the beast. So we can't say he could have did that. No, we can't say that at all. But one thing we can say, according to the establishment of the book of the law, there is nowhere where it was he forbade us not to eat meat. And this is interesting because he told us what meats we can and can't eat. So if he made that plain, he told us what grasshoppers we can eat. He told us what fish we can eat and what we can't eat, but there's nothing in there to say we can't eat meat at all. And now I'm looking at Oseli. He want to sit up here and talk about some wisdom. And if I go back to Proverbs 9, that to me is trickery. It's deceit. And if I go back to Proverbs 9, it says this. Since he's quoting it, he's going to pull the text out, write it down, and leave it out, leave something out. Proverbs 9:2. In fact, I'll start at verse 1. Wisdom has builded her house. Is that what he said? Verse 13 in Oseli's text. Verily I say unto you, wisdom has built her house out of her 12 pillars. Well, look what the Proverbs say. Wisdom hath built her house. She hath hewn out 7 pillars. She hath killed her beast. She hath mingled her wine. She hath also furnished her table. Oseli left this out is because he's trying to establish his vegetarian doctrine. And in his vegetarian doctrine, along with it, he argued that Jesus and the disciples, and I'm just giving an example of this book, for example. I'm making a detour to the book. He argued that Jesus and his mother never ate the Passover lamb. So he's arguing they sinned because you had to eat a piece of the lamb. You had to. And then he further carries on with his argument, saying that Caiaphas was told by Judas Iscariot that Jesus was not eating the lamb for Passover, and Caiaphas tore his clothes because he was upset that Jesus wasn't eating the Passover that night. And guess what? They wasn't eating the Passover at all that night. And because of the misunderstanding of this Catholic apostolic, like most Protestants, they thought Jesus was eating the Passover that night. So therefore, he got a lie on top of a lie. Because if the Messiah did not eat lamb, he would have sinned. Now, he was better off building this case after he rose from the dead. So I'll say these couple of more things. There's a lot of things I want to add here because it was a lot of things said.
Can we have a conversation later?
Yes, absolutely. That's why I want to open it up for the conversation. I don't know if people have other things they want to say, but if we go back to David, because he had made mention to David and how, you know, and let us read what David said. Because when I mean context, it was this intermingling of killing an animal and sacrifices and killing an animal. They're not all the same. Just like we read in Deuteronomy, you can kill an animal, just pour the blood on the ground and you can eat it. How I've blessed you. But then you have other animals that you got to bring to the altar. And then we read in Isaiah chapter 1, where God didn't accept the sins and burnt offerings. In fact, Oseli says in the book that the Jews ate blood. The Jews ain't never ate no blood. But nevertheless, this is his argument about these sacrifices. And therefore, this is how God didn't accept the sacrifice. No, God didn't accept the sacrifice because their heart wasn't right. This is what Isaiah, the 1st chapter, talking about. Yep. Your heart wasn't right. Right. And as far as Moses instituting the sacrifices, Moses did not institute. It wasn't Moses' idea. In fact, since I said that, just for the record, I want to go through 3 more texts. And this will make 2 after this one. Exodus. Chapter. Let's go to Exodus. Chapter, I believe I want chapter 3. Exodus chapter 3. Let's see here. This was before there was even a Levitical priesthood established. Before there was a Levitical priesthood established. And is here in a couple of places. Hold on one second. yeah, I'll just go to these and I'll open it up for others or rebuttals. Like I said here, just bear with me. This is just Exodus the 3rd chapter. Creator came to Moses, and what the Creator told Moses. What I say, chapter 3. And this is what he's telling him, I am have sent me. Hold on, let me get to verse 3 real quick. And he said, go to the elders. I thought I wrote it down, but here it is. I'll find it. God will find it for you. Verse 18. It says, and they, speaking after he told, I'll start from verse 17. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the afflictions of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorite and the Perizzite and the Hittites, or the Hivites and the Jebusites, unto the land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to thy voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel, unto king of Egypt, and you shall say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews hath met with us. And now let us go, we beseech thee, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. This was before the Levites. When Jeremiah was talking about Jeremiah 7, which Oseli quotes too, he was wrong about that, because what Jeremiah was arguing, the first thing that the Creator said, obey my voice. That was the first thing. But they went too far when they argued to say that Moses was the one that brought in the sacrifices. That's not true, because he also says in Exodus chapter 19, after he gave the Decalogue, he began to explain to them what sacrifice that they had to bring. So this wasn't necessarily from Moses. This is from the Creator himself. And so when we want to understand Isaiah chapter 1 about the issue with the sacrifices, well, here's the prophetic language of David. Psalms 51. Psalms 51. It reads, I'll be starting at verse 17. Psalms 51 and 17. Bear with me, I'm looking through these Roman numerals. All right. It says, the sacrifices of Elohim or God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. O God, thou wilt not despise. Do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion. Build thou the walls of Jerusalem. Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with a broken heart and contrite heart. He will be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offerings and with whole burnt offerings. Then shall they offer bullocks upon thy altar. So when we go in there and argue against the sacrifices, if we're just focusing on the animal, we have lost the context. The argument on the sacrifices is the Elohim. That's why the psalmist said, once your heart is correct, then the burnt offerings will be accepted on his altar. All right. Now, I know some people may have some other stuff they might want to bring out. I do too. Okay. But I'll yield from here because I know Akish has some stuff. I don't know who else. I don't know if anybody been leaving anything in the chat, but I know Akish has some stuff he wanted to say. He was trying to say a few things, but I'll yield for now. But yes, there is plenty more.
Okay, and just one thing, just to add, the part about Moses, suffering Israel out of the Gospels, the Holy 12, that they can sacrifice meat and eat meat. I just want to pair that up with, so did Moses give man the ability to divorce his wife? Yes or no?
Hold on, I had to unmute. Okay, say it again now.
So
did Moses give man the ability to divorce his wife?
Yes.
According to the Messiah, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So we can see that Moses did one thing and Jesus came to correct that thing. Because in Deuteronomy 24, and let me find, and basically I'm gonna just read Matthew 19, verse 8 and 7, right? They say unto him, Jesus, why did Moses then command to give a written of divorcement to put her away? The Messiah came back and said, he said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so. Now, with that.
That's right. You're right. That's right.
With that.
But these apples and oranges you compare.
Moses could have given the same thing here with the animal sacrifice, because Israel, it's not hard to even understand this. Israel was knee deep into all the things of Egypt. Even I think in Genesis, it talks about when the Pharaoh had his birthday and they had to come every month and they had to sacrifice and they had to be part of that. Even that down to killing and sacrificing the animals. That's something that was done in Egypt. That's text outside of the Bible.
Yeah, no, that sounds like the book of Joshua. But again,
I'm just saying not even the book, not even the books related. I'm just saying Egyptian culture. Okay. You can read that up. But I'm saying that
but these apples and oranges.
It's not hard to assume to say that, you know what, by the hardness of Israel's heart, and we know Israel had a terrible hard heart, Moses could have suffered other things.
That's the key. Could.
Yeah, but
right. And that's the problem.
Because it's again, like said, because the Bible don't have everything in totality now.
I got to get into this one because the key words you're using is could have or easy to assume. We ain't got to assume. We don't have to assume because he said from the beginning it wasn't so, right? From the beginning it wasn't so. But because we still have no text from the beginning, you can't eat meat. We don't have that.
I'm just saying that
I feel you, but I'm just simply being fair with the text.
It's not hard to believe. Pair that with John when he said the Messiah did way more many things that, you know, that can't even be written in books. And we know that the Messiah had 12 disciples. We don't even get all of their writings in the New Testament, so we short. You know, I'm just saying.
I feel you, brother, but I don't think it's the multitude, the volume of the books. I think it's the content. So you can have 100 prophets, but they all gonna say the same thing because they're gonna agree with one another. They're not gonna contradict each other. So when we're looking at the Messiah, we see the Messiah condemned the idea of separation because marriage was in the beginning. That is true. Marriage was in the beginning. But again, in the beginning, it doesn't say you cannot eat meat. And to assume that that's how the standard was to be set from the beginning is to also assume, like some do, that clothing is wearing regular clothing is just a result of the fall. But let me add to what I mean by that. Here in the Gospels, if we're going to deal with the Gospels about the marriage, then what about when the Messiah told the disciples to go out there and catch them fish?
And this is what I'm saying, that this is where that line of demarcation comes. And I believe, you know, everybody going to choose their sides upon what they have studied, right? So I understand that, you know, all I'm saying is that
it's wrong.
No, I'm just saying that bring it back. The first point I want to make, they didn't say, and this is going to sound like tit for tat, but I'm just trying to make a point here. Yes, marriage is in the beginning, all right? The Lord didn't say Adam couldn't beat his wife, all right? The Lord didn't say that Adam can lay with his wife when she's on her thing. It's a lot of things that's not said, but okay, it's a lot of things that's not said, but we also have to understand that this writing here will not have all the things in there. And I also believe that the Bible says that Satan is the most subtle beast ever created. And as we talked about the heart thing, you know, because of your status and the things that you're putting out, and over time, you know, you have your certain way that you're gonna stick to it. Now, we both could be wrong. We both could be far off, you know. So it's
Okay.
just
Let me get back to what you was just saying. Adam couldn't beat his wife. Adam couldn't lay with his wife. It didn't say that, right? It didn't say that.
It didn't say none of that.
Right. It didn't say none of that, right? But how did you learn he couldn't do that?
How could I learn what?
When did you find out that he couldn't lay with his wife on her menstruation? When did you find that out?
I'm using the Levites when he said about man and women and
right. See, this is my point, how it's progressive, because it didn't say that they had the knowledge of much of anything in the beginning.
Right.
So later they're going to find that out. And so you see how it was revealed later. You can't do this, but there was never a time where it was revealed that you couldn't eat meat. That's not there. It was just certain meats you couldn't eat.
But we know.
So therefore, brother, there it is. You found out later, according to the text, that you cannot beat or whatever, and whether your wife or any other human being. Okay, he actually said it even before then, as far as thou shalt not kill, because Cain wasn't killed when he killed Abel. He wasn't killed. All right. So later on, it was instructed to the human being what you can do. It's a progression like everything else. So going back to the marriage thing, we got off into something else. How the Messiah mentioned the marriage thing. If he's establishing and making his point, marriage is forever, then according to your reasoning, then eating meat should have been something he brought up at that moment in time. He didn't.
How?
So how? Because now he's corrected them on marriage. Okay, so let me finish what I'm saying. So why would he instruct them to go back out and catch some fish? And now you want to say the separation, because in what you're trying to say, not just, you need to be honest to yourself and to everybody in this room. Just simply say that text is an error then, because it's either is right or is not. Okay. He's on the coast of Galilee. He's around fishers, the historical context. That's what they do. Now, he just told them to go back out there. He didn't say leave them fish alone and come follow me. He said, y'all go back out there and catch the fish. And they caught so many fish that they needed help. And you're saying that text, is it true or not? I mean, you got to be honest with all of us.
It ain't hard to read me. I ain't trying to skirt against no issue.
Yeah, so is it true or not?
I am saying that the Messiah isn't for killing of God's creation.
So the text is what? Are you saying that text is wrong?
The text could definitely be wrong. It could be wrong. It definitely
I'm asking you, is it corrupted?
From my understanding, it don't line up with what I'm understanding. So
it don't matter. See, that's the point. You're talking about what you understand, but this lines up with Genesis. This lines up with Leviticus. It lines up where you can eat flesh, you can eat fish. It lines up with that. Just hear me out for a minute. Yeah. Because what you're saying, you need to listen to yourself. It don't line up with what you believe. You're saying what you believe. I'm asking you if what we have read already, this don't go against Leviticus 11 in this gospel. This don't go against Genesis chapter 9 in this gospel. It goes against what you believe. That's true. So that's why I am asking you, is this text when he told them to go back out and get the fish and they had caught so many fish, just tell us plain, is this text corrupted?
I don't think it's correct.
All right, that's all.
Yeah, that's that's
because O'Selly actually left it out. Now, I know he changed the other stuff into grapes.
So let's before you go, let me just ask you this one thing here. All right, in Revelations 20 and 14, and I'm gonna just read it. It says, And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. So it says that death was cast into the fire. So do you think that's just death for man? Or that's just death for man, or all creation?
I understand it to be death for man.
Okay, that's cool. All right. Well, I'm open to whoever else want to, bring forth anything.
Now,
Hold on, let us mute because you're breaking up. Hold on, let me mute because you're not coming in clear.
all right. Am I coming in good now? Am I echoing? Yes or no?
Just a little bit, but it's a little better. But give it a shot.
Bluetooth. I'm probably on this Bluetooth. But hold on, let me shut that off. Hear me now?
Go ahead. Try it again. Go ahead.
Try it again. Can y'all hear me? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Am I good?
Yeah, that's better. So let us mute. We all gonna mute so you could come in clear because I think you're gonna get feedback. So yeah, so far good. Hold on.
All right, brother RJ, I'm gonna be real short because I know time is short, and we can. That's why I wish we could do this again another time to go back over it to really get in depth about it. But time is short. I'm on the road. But just so you know, I gave you, like, when you came to me with this, we talked about it before. I told you whenever you brought this out that I was going to be your adversary on this. Because it ain't a shock, and I'm hoping it's not a shock because I've had this. I'm telling you, this became a pretty big thing to where I got muted and blocked and all kind of stuff online behind. And I'm gonna even say his name, Elder Dimitri. When he brought this out, but guess what he brought out with it? That Gospel of the Holy 12. Now that book there. And I ain't gonna even go into a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of stuff Brother Judah covered that I did want to say, but that Gospel of the Holy 12, the only way that book works is if you throw out the scriptures. Look at everything that you just, and I said this to the cats that I ran up against this with before. The only way this is gonna hold and take root is if you uproot that which is already rooted. They don't fit together. They don't stand in the same space. Just look at every time that we came with something tonight, you had to throw away what was written in the text that we know to be the text. Everything that we brought out, especially when it comes to Mashiach, especially when it comes to him, you really, and you blame it on the scribes without even knowing the understanding of what the context of that passage about the pen of the scribes is in vain. But you got to throw that out. So either you're gonna take the Gospel of the Holy 12 and all of the works and whatever come behind it, or you're gonna take the stance of the scriptures that we know to be the scriptures. And bro, that's just, I mean, on that, I'll never agree with you because it's nothing concrete. It's nothing concrete. It's a continuous dance on this topic here when you pulling that book out. And that's why I'm asking, you still have yet to say. You still have yet to say. That's why I planted my foot on this in the beginning. Are you telling me that eating flesh is a sin? And you danced around it. You're going to have to dance around it because you don't want to become a blasphemer. But then again, you know what you're believing and what you keep saying, what I understand. You're leaning on that and you're falling right through it. Now, bro, you my brother. I love you. We done had many discussions, but I never agree with you or anybody else that take that stance with that book. No, we'll never agree. Not on that. We'll never agree because there's so much you got to throw away in order to keep that. And so we could discuss it more later. Like I said, I'm on the road, I'm at work. I got a whole bunch to say on it, a lot to bring out. Today just wasn't a good day. But I would definitely love for us to get back on here a day where everybody's free and we could dig into it. And I'm gonna yield on that.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that, bro. That don't, you know, that don't, everybody gonna have their stance, and that it don't bother me none. You still my brother. Even with this dialogue, it don't push me away from anybody. You know, I respect everybody's opinions and views on it. That they ain't, you know, I ain't built that way. I'm my own man. I have my own mind, and I'm gonna walk because at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to be judged on my life, and that's between me and the Most High. Now, what I stated tonight does not push anybody away from the Most High. It doesn't push anybody away from the Most High. If anything, you're just dropping animal flesh. But again, you know, this is what I came up, and I'm okay with standing before you all and putting it forth. It don't hurt me when somebody don't agree with me. It don't hurt me if you, whatever scriptures people bring up, like after this, I'm gonna ask Brother Judah to send me this copy because I'm gonna go through it again. I'm gonna listen to everybody's points, and it's just, I'm gonna have to go into further studying on certain aspects, and that's just all it is. I'm living, I'm learning, I'm growing, just like all of us. So again, brother, I respect that, and I wouldn't try to force you to be on my side, you know, and we can have that disagreement, and that's okay, because, you know, it don't change my respect for any of y'all or you specifically.
Hey, let me make one more little point, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Mute for me.
There's definitely been some things that
what I want to make is one more thing, like in changing the, hey, RJ, hold your, because I'm on the road, hold your middle finger up if you can hear me. Okay, cool. Now, in changing and making these changes to where, like, the passage Brother Judah brought out about where he told them to cast their boat out, throw their nets over to the side, and they pulled up more fish. And also the one where you said that the 2 fish that the boy had were grapes. Okay, in changing that, it sounds cute and like a good passerby when you could just say that it was a mistake or it was an error. Basically, though, if we're gonna keep it real and 100, you're saying those passages there are a lie. And you don't want to say lie because that sounds more drastic and can be considered blasphemous. And you don't want to stand in that position. But that's exactly what it is. You're saying that those passages are a lie. And so in saying, and when you, with you saying that, now you're forcing our hand to have to stand up and defend it. And that's the position I'm taking, at least. I yield.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, again, that I mean, I ain't got to go through it again, but I stated my reasonings for it, and that's that. Now, I don't know what that leaves everybody else at. And since everybody's on here, who's on here, if this what I brought forth is the constant deterrent of me being around you, please let me know. You know, but that's what I want to know. Because if it's an issue and you feel that you gotta consistently defend it every time we're around, I mean, and I don't want to be no type of friction towards y'all, just let me know, because I ain't got no problem with it. But I prefer to stay in fellowship, you know. but I understand your position, Arkish. Me and you already talked, so I understand your position. I respect that. I respect the person that can just up front let me know, you know, and not behind my back. So I ain't got no issue with that, brother.
And no, I wouldn't have no issue with you. No problem. Just the thing, like, bro, you cannot, brother Judah don't eat meat. We ain't got no issues. It ain't a problem of eating meat. To every man his own. That's on you. If there's certain meats I don't eat. But I'm saying that's why I laid it. I'm trying to dig my feet in the beginning. Are you saying it's a transgression? Now that's a whole nother area to where, you know, that's a bigger issue. So that's all I was saying from the beginning and trying to get clear. That's it. But no, man, you my mans. Come on, dog. You my mans, no problem. If that's, as long as you don't keep pushing this issue, I ain't gonna push the issue. Because as long as you keep offending, I'm gonna have to defend. And you know, vice versa. You know what I mean? And that's just the way to have to go. Like, right, I'm telling you, my name became mud to a lot of individuals who tried to bring this out, and a lot of Israelites were scared to stand up for that doctrine, against that doctrine. Not me. You're going to just have to block me. You're going to have to, I don't care what you do. You're not finna put this in that book. You're not finna do that.
Yeah, oh, shit. Shoot, excuse me, y'all. Am I still on the, can you guys still see me or hear me at least?
Yeah, I still see you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Again, I do believe there's God's law, there's man's law. One clear iteration of that is that you can see where in the beginning was not so in marriage, but Moses suffered the people, said, hey guys, he put forth and said, hey, y'all can divorce y'all wives. So it's just showing you that there God set something and didn't change on that, but yet man changed it. And that's just a small instance. But DJ Sullivan, sir.
Yeah. I kind of want to weigh in on this a little bit. I do not believe eating meat is a sin. But I do believe in the fact of the meat in which we eat today is unclean, meaning that the way it's raised, the way it's killed, the way it's slaughtered, is strangled, and it's also, you know, with the pharmakia that they use inside the meat. I believe that eating this meat in which we eat is unclean, which is why a lot of us, we say that we eat of the dietary law, yet people still are taking medications, people still got high blood pressure, people still have all these issues because they're still not eating properly. Now, I'm not saying if you grow your own cattle and stuff like that, you know, you can't kill the cow or whatever. However, I feel as though there's a certain instinct within an animal that it don't want to die, you know? So for me, I'm kind of like, I'm just looking at because I didn't give it the instincts, you know, the Most High created the animal to have instincts that it don't want to die. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like just for me having compassion on his creation, you know, possibly, you know, we could say that just deriving off of just what's in the physical, what my eye is seeing, that the animal shouldn't be killed. But I really want to address one thing, or two things. So there was a point that was made on Genesis 9, verse 3, and it said, "And every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things." And I had an issue because, like, when I first got into this walk, maybe about 3, 4, or 5 years ago, I used to have a mentor walking in Christianity. And when I start to I came into this not eating pork, just like trying to just keep the Torah without no one said anything. I just like, yo, we probably shouldn't be eating pork. And I brought this to him, and he went to this verse right here to basically to corroborate that, hey, everything that moves, we good, we can eat it, right? Because it doesn't say like, oh, not unclean meat. It says every moving thing, right? And then you can make the argument, you know, in Hebrew it's ramas, and that's always towards livestock or whatever. But the same way in which we're saying, hey, this is moving, is good to eat. A Christian can go and apply that to maybe eating things unclean. Now they would have to go to to Exodus and Leviticus, to Leviticus, and see that, oh, nah, at this point now, you can't eat the clean meat, you know, but then they might look at the added in parts in Matthew saying, you know, thus he declared all foods unclean, which was added in, all foods clean. So I also, like, again, I like how RJ brought the point where it said, you know, he was like, in the beginning, it wasn't so. So he's applying that to, in the beginning, for basically since the time of Adam to the time of the flood, so that's roughly 2,000 years that they were eating plants and fruits, possibly fruits with the seed therein. So yes, and the flood happened. So maybe, you know, the Most High created there's concessions being made because, like, yo, I just destroyed the whole earth. Like, bro, do what you got to do to survive at this point. You know, it could be that concession. So for the next point that I like to see that Brother Judah brought up, he said he brought up an analogy saying, you know, without frogs there'd be more flies, saying that the frogs create an equilibrium by killing the flies because the flies eat the decay. So it's like a balancing of the system. And I agree with that analogy. However, I see it from another perspective, is that the flies exist because of some kind of decay. But if we're all living unto life, then there is no decay. Like in the beginning, there was no decay. Everything was just is. Everything was life. But it wasn't until Adam sinned that decay and death started happening, because the end of sin is death or decay. So like creation has laws within it that has to deal with the death or the decay, which is why we see bacteria, diseases, and stuff like that. Like even in your body, when you mistreat it, certain diseases and bacteria arise, and you might get an overabundance of bacteria growing inside of you. It didn't come from anywhere. You just have laws that are written in your cells that say, hey, when this happens, we have to overproduce it. So we have to create this new type of bacteria in order to deal with this kind of thing. And that's what we call diseases or whatever. And you have certain reactions in your body. So what I'm trying to say is that the equilibrium doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, death causes another thing to live. It could be life causes life unto other things, but we have to progress into this I hope I'm making sense, but we have to walk this walk in true perfection. There's steps in which we have to take. We just can't go all cold turkey and say, hey, only eat leaves right now, bro. And then, you know, not too many people can even walk that walk in the first place. So you have to make concessions for people like, hey, eat these clean meats. And then next, after people get used to that, like, hey, you know what? We probably shouldn't do that. Okay, let's kind of let's walk into this thing into perfection, which in my opinion, I believe is breatharianism, but who knows? So that's my thoughts. That's it.
Yeah, we have a couple of hands raised. I missed a part of it. Did you say that eating meat is a sin, Reverend? I missed that part.
No, absolutely not. I believe that the meat in which we have here today, that in the markets, yeah, that's unclean. Correct.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. I just walked on the other part. I just want to get that clear. And I do want to say something also that oftentimes is implied. And this was a part of the things that I wrote down in the beginning. In the beginning, it didn't say there wasn't any decay. In the beginning, the promise of life was to the human being. He never said that the mosquito will never die. He never said that the fly will never die. So if you're going to eat plants, and the idea of plants, when you break it off the stem or you take it from the root, it decays. This all decay, when you're looking at it scientifically, we are under the impression that decay is always in a sense of bad, Satan, or evil. Not evil in the sense of, what we look at in the evil in the sense of sin. No, decay is actually a part of life. So when something goes into the ground, or an orange or a leaf decay, or the leaves fall off of a tree because of a certain season, they decay. It goes into the idea of matter, which can neither be created nor destroyed. It just simply changes form. So when we look into Genesis, we think of there was no decay, nothing dying. Well, you saying a mosquito would never die? I don't think it's saying that. He said if man would die, So therefore, the concept of death was there. Even the idea of good and evil, it was there. It was man, he said, that if you eat of the tree of life, I mean, if you eat of this tree of knowledge of good and evil, in the day you eat thereof, you shall die. But we're assuming, though, that there was no death nowhere else. He didn't say that. That's just what we assume.
I'm not gonna disagree with you saying. Hold on, can I go real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think we can also assume that there was flies and mosquitoes to deal with the plant being eaten. If I take a fruit from a tree, the tree doesn't die. And I take the seed and I replant the seed. Now I'm growing a tree. You see what I'm saying? The fruit doesn't die. And we're trying to and that's why I brought up the bacteria point. It's like things.
No, I know it's not
laws,
a fruit. That's why I didn't say a fruit. I said a plant.
Right. But meaning that even like if I got a basil plant, right, I can pluck the leaves and eat the plant without the plant dying. Right. I don't have to kill the plant in order to eat a plant.
Yeah, that's in that case. I know in that case that's true. But when I pull a potato out of the ground, what happens to the plant?
But there you go. Should we be eating potatoes? That's the question. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, now we get over to something else. But I'm just simply saying that's my point. I'm not. So I'm saying being well-rounded. No one is taking away from them points. But what we're saying is that yes, you have plants where you can take the whole plant and it will decay. It's us who say decay is bad. The Creator never said it though.
Right, but I guess my point that I'm trying to bring out is that I'm trying to say that the end of sin is death, right? Which means that because of sin, now decay happens. Now death happens.
To man.
I would say that because of man, death happens to all things.
Yeah, but didn't say that in the Bible.
Since we're the head, well, it does. I mean, put it this way. I mean, even the way the world works, because of man, what we do in our sins and how we treat the earth, now the sea has to pay. Now the fishes in the sea have to pay. And because
context, brother.
But it's
talking about the natural course of things. Where is it in the text that other things die? That's because of man's sin, everything else died.
So one thing, DJ, can I say one?
Go for it.
Yeah, I know. We like to, so we can assume, like how you used, Brother Judah, you used about the fly and the mosquito, or the frog and the fly. If I want to be tat for tat, I can say, show me that in the scripture, right?
Show you what in the scripture?
That a fly ate a mosquito, or a frog ate a fly in the beginning. What we're doing is saying, hey, we're looking at the natural course of things, and we are inserting, because we can't pull that in the Bible. But a fly will also eat fruit. And we don't know if those frogs were jumping, if an apple is decaying, it'll eat some of the apple. Like, because it does say here, what we can say in Genesis 1:30, it says that, and every beast of the earth, and every fowl of the air, and everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. So with that, if we're assuming, and we're doing logic and rationale here, we can see creeping things eating these herbs. All right. But
but that's the point. I'm not assuming.
But no,
that's the difference. That's my argument to you right now.
And show me where
I'm simply saying this. What I'm saying is this: the frog eats the fly. Now I'm saying
no. Show me in Genesis early.
Let me explain what I'm saying. When I made the analogy of the frog eating the fly, I'm talking about now in the balance. But when I'm going back to Genesis, I am simply posing that point blank. Is that the assumptions are going off something that's not written. So this is my point. This is my position on the fall, where to not go off and establish doctrines off assumptions. And that's when my point, where to say that decay did not exist before the flood or before men sin is an assumption. That's my point.
The decay part,
not just the decay.
I'm not saying decay.
Same thing with the eating of the meat. That's the whole point.
But the thing is,
you understand what I'm saying, though?
I do understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying. That's my point when I'm saying I'm not assuming it. That's my point. Where look, it doesn't say it, and that's why I'm rebutting the assumption. So you can believe it if you want to.
But I'm just reading 30 here, right? And it says clearly,
Brother, someone have their hand raised up. I'm gonna say this.
I think it's
you
Sister
can believe it
Danielle.
if you want to. I'm not here to
All
stop
right.
you from believing. I'm just simply saying I want to make it clear we're not under assumptions in this particular case. That's what I'm bringing to the attention, the assumption. To assume that you didn't eat meat before the flood and you would never eat meat. To assume that DK didn't exist is all assumptions. And I'm just simply saying the text actually didn't say it. I mean, now you can believe it if you want to.
Brother Judah,
I'm just simply saying it didn't say it.
You're saying that before the flood, they were the people who God gave a decree that you can eat meat?
I'm saying before the flood, as I was saying in the very beginning, before, not even before the flood, I'm talking about before the fall. Genesis is progressive. So I gave this deal in the beginning because again, I'm explaining to you because you probably came in later.
I did.
Go back and listen to it and understand my position. It's progressive. So to argue things coming after the fall, I gave an example, is to argue that human beings shouldn't wear clothes because it came after the fall. So my point is that Genesis is progressive. So you just can't stop in Genesis chapter 1 and say this is how it was to be because it wasn't revealed. Moses is giving you a small glimpse. So therefore, what isn't there, it can't be assumed that it was prohibited just because it wasn't mentioned. And that's why I brought in the point of butter, milk. It wasn't mentioned, just like fish wasn't mentioned at all. And other things we brought up, land with your wife during her administration. Thou shalt not kill. That wasn't mentioned. This is my point. So what I'm saying is when we begin to go to Genesis and establish a doctrine, it's all assumptions. And people can have their assumptions. I'm simply saying that you can have it if you want, but you can't establish it by the text because it don't say it. So to say nothing that would die before Adam and Eve sinned, it's an assumption. There's nothing text in that Bible to say that flies and mosquitoes and nothing like that would not have died if Adam and Eve didn't sin. That's my point. I'm not giving my opinion on whether I think they did or didn't. I'm simply saying it doesn't say it. So we have a hand up, sister. You want to say something?
Shalom. I think my question is simply what, Brother RJ was saying that, you would understand if, people, wanted to separate themselves from you or different things like that. It's not necessarily that. I think the main thing that I know what I want to know, and probably a lot of people want to know, is basically do you believe the basic, let's say KJV or King James version, of the Bible, and that it's where, differences or how much, we discuss different things, with you, because if you don't have the same foundation of understanding of what's truth, then that is where, you can only go but so far in reasoning. So that's my question. Do you believe, the Bible, the way we understand it, as a foundation?
And I will add this, that's her question to you.
Right.
Because to me, I use different versions. I like the King James. So I'm not approaching it from just a King James only perspective. So that's
okay.
The question.
Let me be a little more clear.
Any text, not just the King James, it would be any text.
Okay, let me be a little clear.
Right.
The basic 66 books that we refer to as the Bible, quote unquote, separate from the Apocrypha and any other books that we say is outside of the traditional Bible. Do you believe them completely? I'm saying King James as far as the basic foundations of the 66 books that we know of as, the Bible. That's my question.
Okay. Thank you, sister. Shalom to you. The reason for the KJV, I know on our statement of beliefs on the COI, it states that the King James version of the Bible is accurate and correct. that was like my first issue I ran up to, because like I said at the beginning, I need to state what I'm not saying first. I'm not saying that the King James Bible does not get across the Most High's will, his purpose for Israel, his purpose for man, and what it will be like, those glimpses that he give us in the end. I do believe that like it says in Genesis 3, that Satan is the beast is one of the most subtle creatures ever created. I know that he used the scriptures to twist Eve into sin. I know he tried to do it against the Messiah. So I'm left to reason like, man, there is a chance that something could have been tampered with. And what I have come to understand is that, man, I gotta pray on it like hard, pray on it real hard, because at the end of the day, we're man and our heart is deceitful. So what I would say to the question, I think, and what I'm come to understand so far, like, I can believe a lot in the King James version of the Bible. There are some parts of it that I have issue with, you know.
So what version would you suggest?
Well, I'm just saying the King James version of the Bible, I have the 1611, the New King James version. I really don't go into other versions after the King James, like how we got all these other versions, because, you know, in order for them to make those Bibles, they cannot use word for word. So they have to go in and change the Bible, because they can't, that's the only way they can make their version. So at that point, I'm like, I can't even deal with y'all. I can't deal with those Bibles. So I'll King James version of the Bible, 1611, because that's one of the earliest ones. And that was actually, when you read into the, if we go on by like it giving this credibility, it states its credibility here. And the Septuagint is what I'll go to as well. Septuagint has some things that's a little different from the King James version of the Bible, but because the Septuagint apparently came directly from the scrolls, whereas the King James version of the Bible, a lot of that came from the Septuagint. And, you know, as we know, the Old Testament was written way before, and that was part of the Bible. That's what was accepted amongst the people. Other books was not accepted into the book, so they put those outside. Then later down the road, you had the New Testament that came, and that was accepted, and they put that in there. And other books they also pushed out, and that's just history reading on the King James version of the Bible. So I just sit it like, Lord, I gotta follow your spirit. I hope your spirit leads me, and because I know at the end of the day, my heart, I don't know how everybody else perceive me, but I know in my heart, I'm trying to just walk this thing right. So wherever that leads me, that's where it leads me. But again, the King James version, I believe a good portion of it. I mean, up to a point, I believe a lot of it, you know.
You know, and I'm not saying this to be funny or facetious, but oftentimes what I have heard people make those positions, they believe what they agree with, and don't believe what they, you know, whatever they don't agree with, they say is corrupt.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I'm not other people though. So what they
No,
do.
let me give an example. You don't agree with eating flesh. You can't read the text where the Creator said don't. So when I ask you about the Matthew or the text of the Gospels about the fish and how he sent them out to catch fish, you didn't agree with that, and therefore you said it's corrupted.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that.
Do you have any like manuscript that shows anything different?
But I agree with, but it's a lot that I do agree with. Just because I don't agree with that part.
That's not what I'm asking right now. I'm just simply saying that manuscript of the fish, which is written in the Greek, outside of the King James, it don't even have to be the King James. It could be the interlinear Greek. Because if you go on with the Septuagint was transliterated from Scrolls 2.
Right.
It just so happened that the King James was transliterated. The so-called Old Testament was transliterated from the Hebrew. They didn't use the Septuagint, which is just a transliteration from Hebrew to the Greek. So my point is that whatever book we use, whatever gospel you're going to go to, that gospel will have, whatever gospel have that record. I'm talking about 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century. There haven't been a record found of that gospel that says anything other than fish. So that's what I'm saying. So that, whatever it is, you don't agree with it, and so you're saying it's corrupted. But you know what I mean?
No, I understand your point.
So that's what I mean. Like, if you,
I mean,
that's what I mean by,
yeah, but I don't paint it like, yeah, it's like we, I have my points on that, but sister, that's my stance. I don't know if that answer your question. I don't know if that was leading to something else.
DJ, you have another question?
No, I'm good, man. I appreciate this conversation. And I just want to say, like, I feel like this is a cool conversation, but at the end of the day, I really think that it's not like a salvational issue. So
yeah, I think this is what sister, I don't, your hand was raised. That's why I asked you. You must have hit the hand button. That's why I asked. But I don't know if sister have anything else to say. But this is the deal. I think what she was getting to is that in our experiences dealing with the word, this deal what we dealing with right here for us in particular isn't new for us. It may be different subjects, but the same framework. It's the same deal. So we have experiences with different people. And so what we have found is this, is that normally when people take that, when you're saying that the text you hold is corrupted, then you pretty much undermine everything else, any other platform you're running on, is even as far as convincing people of it. Because again, it's going to go back to it, because I didn't make it up. It was just questions posed. Once you say that's corrupted, then you have to ask, well, what else is corrupted? And then you lead into other arguments. Was there even a Jesus? He was just a concept. There is no New Testament for real. There was no Moses. Abraham didn't exist. So once you open up that door, it's corrupted. Then it leads into just whatever you believe. And therefore, people will argue even the stuff you do believe could be wrong. And that's sort of the territory you're entering. And here, like we say, it's not about separation. No, but it's about a guard and the training and the conditioning of people who come to the Knesset. See, we teach people to be trained and conditioned in the text. And so one of the reasons for that is because Brother Judah can't get up and come with a new revelation. And it don't line up with the text that they have, or else they'll know Brother Judah got to be removed. And I've seen teachers over and over again. I've seen teachers do it. It starts off with name doctrine. That's back in, almost 30 years ago. That's what I ran into, the name doctrines. And then once it was corrupted, then all of a sudden, no translation is correct. That's true. I've known people who left the Bible totally. I've known some who just left the so-called New Testament. It was at that process. They threw the New Testament away next. Then after the New Testament, they wind up throwing the whole Bible away. And several of us know people like that. And that's on them. So here, I'm not here to argue for the person. I'm simply talking about the conditioning here, where we condition people to trust in the text because that is the final authority. And once we begin to take away from the text, you open the door for people to come in and deceive. And that's where I believe the sister was just.
So where does that leave us then, since the Knesset conditioned for the text, right? And here I am saying that there are portions of the text that I think is in error.
Right.
So there is a conflict. And this is the thing, like, I mean, I talked to a couple of brothers about this, but I sat with it for a long time because, again, I keep bringing up our statements of belief on the COI states that the King James Version is accurate and correct. And I read those often because I'm part of the Knesset, and I read those often. I mean, even a 12-point agenda, I read those often. And that one part, when I came to this, I was like, man, that's really gonna, this is one reason why I didn't want to have it on Clubhouse, because it seemed like it's just, it's, but anywho, where does that leave us then? Because you and Elder Timothy are like at the elders at the head of it. And I stated what I stated tonight. So where does that leave us at this point?
Well, it leaves us exactly where it is. We pretty much have to draw a line in the sand. I mean, as far as if we have a statement of belief that you don't believe, then it would be honest for you just to not be a member.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? That's just how it'll go.
I mean, I definitely understand that.
I mean, it's nothing wrong with that, because meaning as far as you have a belief. And
I get it.
we're not here to take that away. That's why I was saying the argument or the presentation really isn't personal.
Right.
It's just we presenting our position as far as the school. But as far as you want to, it's not that you can't pop in or listen in, nothing like that. I'm just simply saying as far as the member deal, because even for your own sake, you don't want to hold anything that you don't really believe. So if someone come around, they want to be a member of the Knesset, and then it wouldn't be good for you or us. That if they're coming in, they might not be solid in the scriptures, and then they may hear different things, because we have had that happen. And I'm just giving an example. I'm not really giving necessarily hypotheticals that we never experienced. We have had it happen. We have had people come in into some of our classes. They call themselves members.
Right.
And one guy was coming out. I don't know if he was around at that time, but one guy was coming out with the predestination teaching. And we just had a sister, elder mother come in, and she got tied up with that a little bit, and thing didn't work out well.
Yeah.
So so at the end of the day, I think that's just the honest approach for now.
No, I feel you. I mean, it's, again, like you said, it ain't personal. I got love for all you guys, but I understand I can't carry that banner because of what it's stated, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, so I mean, at this point, any other questions?
But I say we could still, Kish want to follow it up with to get into it more.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna still be around. I'm gonna still be in contact. I still want to talk to you more. Like, I mean, just because I don't hold the banner, I understand that, because you have to have lines of demarcation, and this just, I'm a man. I made this decision, right? So it set me outside of the line. It ain't like you guys push me out or nothing like that. So with that being said, I mean, I still agree with the whole political messaging and all that. So, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna still be in contact.
Yeah, most definitely, brother RJ. Like everything what brother Judah said is, we do have to be clear, right. But it's not personal. Right. We love you. We love your family. And still come into classes, whatever you feel that you need. But as far as representation right now, right. That's something that that we'll ask for you to sit down on. But there's no love lost.
All right. Well, I mean,
Kish wanted to follow up, so I guess he could or whether make arrangements or whatever, if people want to come and discuss it more. I know I kiss stuff, but I know you're on the road. So
I still want to I'm gonna talk to Akish, but I still want to like present the political messaging of it, because I think it's a very strong messaging just for this day and age, that industry. And also, I mean, I guess all the other stuff wouldn't matter, but yeah, man, if we can have another one of these discussions, I'm open to it. I'm always open to it. Again, I'm just learning and growing. But with that, I know it's extended way past what I thought it was going to be. It's 10:30, about to be 11. And I know we all got to work tomorrow. So, I mean, if it's nothing else, I'll call it an end on my part.
And like I said, you know, just to confirm, even for people coming a little later, this isn't, I try to approach it not from any personal biases. And that's why I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know I'm a vegan myself. So I'm not really approaching it with any personal biases. You know, I'm just really trying to address what the text is saying. So with that being said, yeah, I'm, you know, I guess I'll, you know, someone could text something or whatever other dates people might want to get together and discuss it further. But that's cool. Unless anyone else, I know we have quite a few people online, so I don't know if they wanted the same thing before we close. Okay.
Hey, sorry. I just want to clarity on something. So I heard that, like, you know, someone doesn't believe fully in KJV, which I do. But how about textual criticisms? For instance, like when I brought up, thus he declared all foods clean in Matthew, and my opinion, I believe that was added in because it's in parentheses or italics. What's the stance on that?
Yeah, something like that is just honest. We know that italics was added. And again, that's why I wanted to make it clear. The school itself isn't really a KJV only school. Our base text is the KJV. That's our base text, but I use different translations. Some people don't. I do. I teach out of different translations, but I like the KJV from my studies. Is pretty much solid as far as our thing is the text period, whether it's the Septuagint, because I study the Septuagint. Of course, the English version, because I'm Greek illiterate. I am Hebrew illiterate. That's why I use a concordance. But studying the Tanakh from the Hebrew translation and the New Testament, so-called, from the Hebrew translation, yeah, we do all of that. So it's just pretty much the text that we defend as far as the biblical text. You know, we know it's different, very nuances and different words being used, but what we come to find out, if it's the same truth, if it's the same principle of truth. So one text may use Tanakh may, and Stone's Tanakh may use justice. King James may use righteousness. Okay, little different variations, or just like you said, to make the sentence go, they put in italics or something like that, letting us know what was put in there. And you know, so you know, stuff like that, that's not really the deal. But I just want to make it clear that we're really not King James onlys. But we do use it as the text. Neither are we King James people saying that it's a bad translation, because I don't say that. I don't say that either. I like it, and I think once it's understood and how it was written in Old English, and when you look at how words meant in Old English, it even brings more clarity. So, you know, our text is just, you know, our position, excuse me, is just, you know, it's pretty much the variations of text we have. And I guess what I was saying in comparison, primarily like this document I have up here, the problem I had with that is that it totally contradicts. Now, I'm not talking about the what we're talking about today. I'm talking about this text in particular by Gideon Oselli. It contradicts all of it. The Greek, the Hebrew, the Tanakh, Stones, whatever version. And so I think that was probably the strength of my position on that one, how it just contradicts like everything. It's, you know, it's no little variations. It just really goes against whatever version. And I'm not saying that's R.J.'s position. I'm just simply saying that was Oselli's position, just for clarity.
All right, fam. Well, I'm about to head out. If I can, would I be able to get a copy of this? At least.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no doubt.
All right.
Maybe if I could, because normally I send it over to Akish, or Akish gets it. Okay. And then he know a way to get it to other people, and then you could download it.
Yeah, shoot that over to me. I'll shoot it to him.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, brother. All right, fam. I gotta head out.
All right.
You're welcome, sister. I mean, thank you guys for hearing me. You know what I'm saying? That's, again, you guys gave me something that's valuable that you can't get back, and that's your time. And I think I overtook more than I should, but again, I'm very appreciative of it.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Shalom, fam.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom, everyone.
Anybody before we close? All right. Okay. Let me do this then before I forget.